what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon.
This product is brought to you by Unknown Brain. Thank you for listening. Love you all.
Holding on to what I know, to everything I've learned. What is real and fabricated? What is wrong? What is my problem? How can I get out of this world that I created? Fighting storms in my head, don't know where I have been. I'm alone, no one to turn to, no one understands. Shit's too complicated. Away, and I feel like I am someone else. Away, and I feel like I don't know myself, no. Away, and I feel like I don't know my name. And I don't want to live this way. I don't want to keep on wasting life. I'm drowning in my head, I'm losing the mind. And if you could know, yeah, if I could show you, I don't wanna keep on living this life so faceless.
Can't nobody tell me nothing. Made it through the rain, I turned nothing into something. No more dealing with their assumptions, cause I do what I gotta do and I know, can't nobody do it like me. All they do is judge me for who I might be. Maybe if they took some time to pick my mind, to see that I'm cooler than lemons and iced tea. All I wanna do is live it up with the homies. Everybody really talking as if they know me, but I guess I gotta face it. I'm so tired of being faceless.
I don't wanna keep on wasting life. I'm drowning in my head, I'm losing the mind. And if you could know, yeah, if I could show you, I don't wanna keep on living this life so faceless.
So faceless.
I've got a premonition, I'm dreaming you and I on my darkest fears are coming outside. We got a billion races, we got this melody, and you can trust me, baby, we got everything. Call me whenever you feel alone, babe. And when you need to cry, I'll be by your side. Call me whenever you need someone, babe. And when you need to escape from 1,000 fires, I'm gonna kiss you wherever you are. And I'm gonna miss you, I will never lie. Call me whenever you need someone, babe. We're running in the jungle of love. Listen to my conditions, I got you on my mind. You were stuck in my head and I don't know why. We got a billion races, we got this melody, and you can trust me, baby, we got everything. Call me whenever you feel alone, babe. And when you need to cry, I'll be by your side. Call me whenever you need someone, babe. And when you need to escape from 1,000 fires, I'm gonna kiss you wherever you are. And I'm gonna miss you, I will never lie. Call me whenever you need someone, babe. We're running in the jungle of love.
I remember the days, always at the same place, the same people every day. I will never forget this black old Corvette standing in front of my way. We were both in high school, I thought I was a fool. Oh, when I was falling for you, you keep drawing me in, and I know it's a sin, but even so, yeah, I need you. You taste like candy, eat you on a Sunday. Feel so bittersweet, knowing I can leave. You taste like candy, eat you on a Sunday. I can feel the beat of my heart and beats, 'cause you taste like candy. eat you on a Sunday. I can feel the beat of my heart and quit.
This broadcast is brought to you by Blink Entertainment LLP. Quality content in a blink. This broadcast is brought to you by Blink Entertainment LLP. Quality content in a
Welcome everybody to the CSPL 2023 season. My name is Seymour. With me is Time to Light. We've pushed through the group stages and now we are into the playoffs. And only 4 teams remain till we can crown ourselves a legend. How you feeling today, TTL?
I'm excited. We're into our best of threes. We're into our semifinals. We've gone from our top 8 to our top 4 in what is this week-long
I think you're muted in
bash.
Discord, by the way.
I am muted in Discord. Wow, you did it yesterday. I did it today. We're just roundabout sort of way. Anyway, we are in a roundabout sort of way back into it after a 1 day's break. 100,000 rupees on the line. Let's take a look at our prize pool just to see how things are boiled down between the squads. 100,000 overall. Keep that in mind. About 1,200 USD. Winner gets 40,000 rupees, which is somewhere in the neighborhood of 480 USD. 30,000 rupees for the second place team, which again, 320, 340, give or take. And then 15,000 for third and fourth place. If you lose here, you still get 15,000 rupees, which is about 160 bucks. But you win, you double that immediately.
I think that's a big thing. You've made it this far. You've garnered the status of reaching to the playoffs, and now no matter what you do, you get a little bit of that prize pool at the end of it. But for a lot of these players, you know, the status isn't just enough. They want the title of a legend. They want to be a little bit higher when it does come down to it. So let's take a look at these qualified teams that we do have. We started with 8 teams. We're down to 4. We can see that we have lost ROG Academy. We've lost Wasted Potential. Original Gangsters have fallen. Random 5 have disbanded. And that leaves us with Firedup, Marcos Gaming, Legends of Tomorrow, and God's Reign. 4 teams that I'm excited to see go head-to-head, but 2 teams in particular, Time to Light, that I am going to be really keeping my eye on. It's Marcos Gaming and God's Reign today, who have been leading the pack so far through the group stages. And now the big question is, can anybody take them down?
Luckily, we only have to wait about 6 hours for the answer to the question for at least both of them. Marcos Gaming, their opponent here in the semifinals, Legends of Tomorrow, at least our first semifinal. Firedup Gaming will play God's Reign later.
That is the case for our schedule. So let's take a look at that first game that we do have going on, because I think heading into today, we knew after seeing our groups finish up when Firedup Gaming met Marcos Gaming, and they did end up falling 6-16. It was an inferno. Marcos then locked in their position of playing Legends of Tomorrow and really kind of shaping things up for the long-awaited match that I think a lot of us have been expecting. That match being God's Reign versus Marcos in a grand final. Is that how our playoff bracket is going to shape up, or will Legends of Tomorrow be able to upset Marcos? Will Firedup Gaming be able to upset God's Reign? It's going to be a tough task, but to do that task, we have upgraded our series from best of 1s to best of 3s now. And I think that makes me a little bit more excited for when it does come down to these map vetoes, Time to Light. It gives a little bit more, I guess, time for these teams to warm up, time for them to plan ahead and really work through their map pools.
And some more wiggle room as well. A lot of times in this best of 1s, small mistakes can really come back to haunt you in what is just 30 rounds of buffer. But when you have minimum 2 full maps, which could be 32 rounds, could be 60 plus, depending on OT, it's a lot more wiggle room to say, I've made a mistake, I have screwed up, but there is still more CSGO to play. We can take a look at our map bans and figure out where we are headed for this best of 3, where we are not. And I cannot believe it, Colin. In every single game, or every single series you and I have casted together, Inferno, even now in a best of 3, is not included. I feel like it's Christmas.
I was going to say, the odds even go up now that we're in a best of 3, and we still don't get Inferno. I feel like it's a running joke through the players, and they know you and I are going to be casting. They don't give us Inferno. Every single time I've casted with somebody on this stream that isn't you, I've casted Inferno. It's just something's in the air. There's magic in the air for sure. It has to be Christmas. We got Overpass Map 1, Mirage Map 2, Ancient Map 3, which if we do get to the decider is going to be an interesting one. Not a lot of teams usually are prepped and ready to go for Ancient. So for, I would say Legends of Tomorrow, I would be a little bit scared if they did end up going to that map number 3 with how good Marcos Gaming has looked altogether. But with an Overpass Game 1 and a Mirage Game 2, I don't mind this whatsoever. Legends of Tomorrow choosing to go towards that Overpass. Marcos Gaming starting Overpass on CT.
And correct me if I'm wrong, we saw LOT yesterday on Overpass, right? Where they won, what, 19-17 in a close affair? Or was that on the other side of the groups? That was LOT, right?
That was LOT Wasted Potential, and it went
Yeah.
all the way to
ago.
an overtime 2 days ago. It was a
Yeah.
19-17 win over Wasted Potential for LOT.
Oh, I do have a memory. Well, I can't believe it.
Sometimes
Anyway.
we remember things.
Yeah, very rarely. I'll take my victories where I can find them, as did LOT there to secure their spot here. If they lost that game to Wasted Potential, by the way, just that 2-round difference, we'd see Wasted Potential versus Marcos Gaming right now, instead of the other way around. It was a real tiebreaker game in the later parts of that group, so important matchup for them to win. They now need to win back-to-back games of Overpass, not only to qualify here, but to put themselves onto map point if they want to try and move on in this semifinal. I'm going to be honest with you. I like Marcos Gaming in this series. Marcos Gaming looked extremely good in their group, to understate the obvious. They looked dynamic between the maps they've played, between Overpass, Inferno, and I believe a single map of Nuke. I could be wrong. And on the other side, LOT Gaming had that lack of flexibility that really came back to bite them. They banned out Inferno as the last decision for themselves. They had the option between Inferno and Ancient to leave it up to Ancient as a third map. If they have some hidden strats, I like them a little bit more in towards our third map. It could be theirs. It could just be Marcos taking it either way. But this has to go to a third map, in my opinion, if we're going to see LOT take it. Otherwise, I'm looking at a Marcos 2-0, albeit a fairly close one, but a Marcos 2-0 nonetheless.
See, I like that. I feel like I'm the opposite. I feel like this has to be a 2-0 for LOT, which it just doesn't seem like the cards are going to be on the table. I feel like if we go to Ancient, the kind of map that Ancient is, I figured it's going to favor a team like Marcos, who, I mean, Mirage is quite the same in the same sense with, how much playtime teams will have for Mirage. But I think that gives me a little bit more favor towards LOT having a chance on Mirage rather than a map like Ancient with how, I guess, different and how much newer you would say it is in comparison to a map like Mirage. I would just favor a team who has so much pug potential like Marcos to really pop off on an Ancient for that decider map. So LOT, I mean, I'm not saying it's going to be a 2-0. It's going to be a really hard 2-0 if LOT are going to make it. And I'm not really confident in LOT after seeing them go to overtime on Overpass against a team that didn't even make it into the playoffs. So that is a little bit worrisome with me when it is kind of sitting in the back of my mind that game 2 days ago back on Thursday against Wasted Potential did go to a 19-17 scoreline. They struggled in the starting half of that Overpass as well. It wasn't until I'd say round 18 that we really saw all 5 players on LOT really have an impact in that game. And if they're going to start off strong going into this Overpass for map 1, you need to see that right off the bat. There is no room for error for this team to start off on Overpass slow versus Marcos Gaming, because a team like Marcos, who we have yet to see stray away from Inferno, but today we won't see them go there at all, has yet to show any weakness when it does come down to the fragging potential that they bring to the server. And for LOT, if they can't match that frag potential that Marcos Gaming will bring, they're going to get bullied out of this best of 3.
And also an impactful conversation point as well. R2B2 is back in the roster for LOT. If I recall correctly, R2B2 may have been a sub for that game. They could have been a consistent factor. I had not casted LOT before that because of the missed games that I had throughout the rest of CSGO Pro League here, presented by Blink Entertainment.
I think he's main on that roster.
He could. I could be thinking of Marcos with Ghost. So, entirely possible both ways. But R2B2 needs to step up here if they can. It's an important aspect to do so early. You talked about it, round 18, round 19 was about the time the rest of the team stepped up and started to help R2B2. If that becomes the case earlier, you're in a much better position. But if not, then I think you're looking at a team that is no longer wasted potential, quite literally in the namesake and in the adjective sake as well. You're looking at a squad that will most likely punish you if you only have one player stepping up when required.
For sure. And getting into this best of 3, before we start things off, Time to Light, I do want to give a quick shout out over towards our sponsors for the stream, our media partner, AFK Gaming, our radio partner, My FM, community partner, Clan, streaming partner, Gio Games Watch, and our smart lock screen partner, Glance. And for everybody watching at home, waiting for this best of 3 to start, we have 2 matches scheduled today, both best of 3. So you better strap in and get ready for a roller coaster of emotions that we're about to take you through. And not only that, you better strap in and watch, because we got 100K in clan coins to give away. 3 lucky winners for this semifinals. Go into the comment section, comment who your favorites to win these matches are, and we'll be watching, we'll be waiting for you guys to submit those predictions. And some of you lucky viewers are going to walk away with a little bit extra clan coins for the end of this stream. So it's going to be exciting. You want to make sure that you stay attentive and you pay attention and let us know who your favorites are for today, because you could be a winner just like these teams. Time to Light. Overpass for this one. I mean, I like that you were bringing up R2B2 going into it, because he was really the difference maker back in that, I guess, last group stage match that that we saw for LOT. But going into this match, it can't just be the R2B2 show. He needs help, and he needs help in round number 1.
So I was looking at the entirety of the first half of their game against Wasted Potential. They lost the first half 9-6. R2B2 had 16 kills in 15 rounds. The rest of the team combined had 22 in the same 15 rounds. It was 6, 6, 6, and 4. Mishu was on 4. It's a little scary, and it's a little concerning here for this side of LOT Gaming. It's entirely possible they mend, it's entirely possible they mesh themselves back, but unfortunately we are going to have to come back in just a few minutes. We're going to take a quick ad break, make sure the players get situated, everybody's in the lobby, and we have tech issues, or solved tech issues, before the game rather than during, and when we return, we'll have our first map of Overpass, and more importantly, our first map of the Blink Entertainment CSGO Pro League semifinals.
Welcome back, everybody, to the CSPL semifinals. Ready to go. Teams should be locked into the server now as we hop into Overpass for our map number 1. Once again, just a reminder, my name is Seymour. With me, Time to Light. We got Marcos Gaming going up against the Legends of Tomorrow. And it seems, unfortunately, after a couple of tech issues, we're hopping into Overpass. Teams are locked in, but in a 4 versus 5 situation, TTL. So it's a very unfortunate thing.
I'm gonna ask our producer really quick if he happens to have the name of the disconnected player, but for the time being, Wi-Fi disconnectivity is going to come back to bite Marcos Gaming on a map selection that is not their own. So more and more problems arising, and no at least definitive solution in sight. This isn't good, to say the very least. It's McGill's who is not in this lobby as well. Fairly notable aspect of a fairly dominant team on the Marcos side. I still remember seeing him just run amok on Wednesday. Like, he could not die. Mainly because he really couldn't. They would not lose a round, even if they tried.
Yeah, I mean...
and they tried a few times, and they still somehow didn't.
Yeah, it seemed like Marcos Gaming back on Thursday, they couldn't do any wrong. And McGill's, you know, I would say he's not the pop-off player that they're going to be missing, but he's one of the consistent players that they're going to be missing. I mean, he's always one of the players you can always trust in for Marcos to have a strong start to these maps. And no matter which way you spin it, no matter which way you look at this, it is going to be a disadvantage. For Legends of Tomorrow, trying to gauge how long he's going to be out of the server, you don't have to, you just can't focus on that. You can't think about that whatsoever. I mean, it's unfortunate for sure to play in a 4 versus 5, no matter, you know, what way you're going to be looking at this. But if you're Legends of Tomorrow, this is your opportunity. I mean, this is your kind of miracle that you've been hoping to come your way to start off this series. And I know I shouldn't be rooting for a team because another team has disconnected, but if you're looking at this from LOT's point of view, you have to seize this opportunity to start off strong and get warm, where you might have been a little bit slow to start off.
And what really sucks for Marcos is this is one of the worst maps to start 4v5, not only because you're on the CT side, but because of how dynamic the map can be. Best case scenario a lot of times is you put one player connector, one mid, one long-ish, and then 2 on B. In this case, they have to relinquish one of those bits of control. A lot of the times what you'll see teams do is they'll give up the mid player when they lose that opening duel. In this case, Marcos has by default lost the opening duel. So not great, to say the very least. There need to be some pretty good starts to a lot of rounds if they want to start this one off well. We are still going to have a match pause, seeing if McGill's can get back in. Obviously not a guarantee, so in the next few minutes we may very well just have to start things up. But Marcos Gaming, CT side, missing a player, assuming McGill's does not join back, on any map is not good, much less on a map like Overpass.
Yeah. For, you know, equal sake, we're just trying to, you know, hold this off as long as we possibly can, you know, for the players, obviously. But at the same time, for us, who, I mean, we woke up at 5 a.m., or you woke up at 5 a.m., I woke up around...
I've been up since yesterday.
5:30.
I didn't...
We want to get this going as quick as possible, for sure. But at the same time, I don't want to watch a 4 versus 3. I don't think it's fair for the players of Marcos Gaming to play in a 4 versus 5. And no matter, you know, what or how quickly we want to start this game, I do want to see that 5th player back in this lobby as quick as possible right now, as quick as internet possible. We can get this one going. To start things off, I mean, you said you've been up since yesterday. How you feeling, by the way?
I have
starting to see things?
two 12-ounce Red Bulls sitting in the fridge. One of them will most likely be gone by the end of this map. I have you and I casted PUBG Mobile elsewhere yesterday. I have been up since our call time for that at about 8 a.m., which was 22 and a half hours ago.
It's the life of a true student right there.
Yeah, I had class throughout the day. It was my girlfriend's birthday. Happy birthday.
Happy girlfriend day.
That's how long I've been awake. Happy girlfriend.
Yeah, no, for sure. I I got a nice good sleep. In bed at 9 p.m. Awake at 5
Yeah,
a.m.
but you're old, so that's understandable.
I am definitely not old. We don't have to
You're
go down
esports
that
old.
route.
You're esports old.
Dude, I can't believe I'm still in my early 20s and just got called old. That's crazy.
I mean, basically a boomer at this point. Just retire
Sometimes
already.
I feel that way. Sometimes it feels that way.
How's
I
social
mean,
security for you?
Social security for me? I mean, I'm Canadian, so I don't know how to answer that. I think that's an American thing.
It's an American thing.
Here
Anyway, we're into
we
the
go.
game.
Okay.
Oh, and LOT Gaming are doing the best possible thing. Oh, they were doing the best possible thing. At least I thought. I thought it was going to be just a rush B with 5 players. You already have the player advantage. Might as well go for it. They're not, unfortunately. I was really hoping for it.
Hey, right now, LOT have the better gamble, I'd say, with the bomb stacked over towards that B site, but I don't mind this at all for Marcos Gaming to kind of group together, look for some clues. Nice shot there from R2B2 snaps
Okay, bro.
on towards the second. Craze.
Okay, bro.
Or, sorry, Zero Cool just got absolutely ripped through, and with those 3 kills going your way, seems like LOT. Pistol round. Soon to follow.
No, I have never seen a Falter lose 1v5 pistols. I've also never seen him in 1v5 pistols. I have now seen Defaulter lose 1v5 pistols. Valiant effort, but unsuccessful. You can see Marcos Gaming at the end of probably every round here are going to call timeout. They just want to try and delay time if they can to bring back McGill's, who is still having some connectivity issues. I don't know if it's them to the internet or their internet to the server. We have not been told that level of information. However, they are not in the server, so good enough.
I'm going to quote you next time I see a Defaulter in a 1 versus 5 with pistols. I'm going to say, actually, yeah, we have seen him lose it.
Well, the next time we see him, I won't actually say I've never seen him.
Unless you forget.
I never forget. I remember the scoreline of 2 days ago's OT with LOT Gaming on this map.
That was 2 days
I'm still
ago.
proud of myself for that one.
Yeah,
that was like
that was pretty
48
good.
hours and a whole broadcast and a half ago.
Yeah, but for you, it's not even 2 sleeps ago.
That's you make a really depressing point. A good one.
I mean, if you're sitting here for Marcos Gaming trying to plot some schemes for a 4 versus 5 while you wait for your
Here's the last
teammate
time
to
out.
come back into the server. I mean, while we're waiting for McGill's, like, what do? Do you just 4-stack sites, hope you gamble right, and then maybe, like, rat in a corner with these pistols? See if you can walk away with a free rifle and then have your chance at this? Because individually, I mean, you look at this Marcos team, and if they can overwhelm at least somebody and recover that rifle, I would give them a winning chance for sure.
I mean, the problem you're going to run into is you're always playing in a 4v5 without having to think that you're in a 4v5. That's always going to be the difficult aspect of a game like this for you. And with Marcos Gaming, I think that's always going to be the case when push comes to shove. I'm looking at their game 2 days ago against Firedup Gaming. I was in mass communication class for that one. They're just stacking the back of A site. So, you know, there's your answer on that one, I suppose. At the end of round 21, they had a lot of kills across the team, to say the very least. The least of which looked like Ryder on 21, so he was fragging out. It was just good across the board, and I don't think all that much is going to change. Unless they don't get McGill's back, because they have just stacked the A site to do nothing. The B site has fallen. They currently occupy under heaven, under site. It's going to be a bomb plant. It's just a matter of how much damage is done.
LOT are going pretty deep into this one.
To the clear, this does double. Oh my gosh, he
Oh
does.
my
And he
goodness,
fights.
he does.
What? Fights too.
I mean, they were pretty softened up to begin with. They didn't have any armor, so those shots were just nice at Amishu. Down to 27 HP. WD. Now that they know exactly where the rest of Marcos Gaming are, gonna let this bomb explode, go back in for the
Ryder's
rest of
AFK.
them, and seems like
Ryder's not AFK.
It's an unfortunate circumstance for sure for Marcos Gaming. You can see that LOT, they understand that. And if I was LOT in this position, you know, understanding that going into a game versus Marcos Gaming, it wasn't going to be easy to begin with. You hate to, you know, take these 4 versus 5 rounds, but I feel like this was their match to lose for sure for Marcos Gaming. And right now for LOT, this is, I guess, luck going their way to begin with. Also, if I was LOT right now, I would just be 5-hitting every single site. You know you have the numbers advantage anyways, so just trade each other out effectively.
Most teams would actually rush B here. I'd rush A in every round of this pistol, just for the sole reason of having that easier tradability. WD now has Ryder forced into the front of them and wins the fight. This is just a day at the shooting range for what should be most LOT.
Hello.
There's Kara sitting on top of the boost, finds 2 actually, but R2B2, as per usual, finds a return. The problem is they've given up Monster for this, and Zero Cool, casual 3K. Marcos Gaming have won the 3rd round. Okay.
See, this is the thing that I'm saying. Even though it's a 4 versus 5, don't sleep on Marcos Gaming, because individually these players are still elite. These are still 4 of some of the best players we have in this pro league. Leagues, I would say, above LOT at the moment as a 5 stack, but with 4, they still have a chance to take some of these rounds and keep it close. We're waiting for McGill's, and there we see Kara on a little cheeky angle, cuts down the 2 through Squeaky. Zero Cool heads up play to push through Monster and close that gap quickly. And they're striking fear into the eyes of these LOT players.
LOT trying to walk it onto B. The problem is they're walking onto a stack. This was the problem for them. If they walk into a stack, they're in a much less ideal situation. Good 2-for-1 trade here for Marcos. They now have a player equalization from that 4v5, but a decent bit of damage taken for Kara. 90 HP almost fully down for them. They are now dead. R2B2 drops Defaulter through the smoke because he can't catch a break, and Ryder now needs to clutch. 22 kills in their game just 2 days ago, and now needs to 1v3, and unfortunately gets swung from both sides, the short tunnel. No shot at that one in LOT. They will keep 3 players alive and fairly confidently take their 3rd round.
I was going to say, you know, after that round loss from LOT Gaming, I think it's going to shock them to the core and realize that, hey, okay, we can't just individually play this. We have to swing together and, you know, trade effectively. You know, you capitalize off those, you know, opportunities that are shown. And right there, they did a good job at not allowing Ryder a way back into that round. Unfortunate Molotov from R2B2. I think Kari even takes a little bit of damage from that one. But hey, McGill's is back in the server. So Marcos Gaming, let's see if they can put these pistols to use. This should be LOT Gaming's last quote-unquote free round.
Nothing's free. This is a capitalist economy, my friend. At least sometimes, and depending on where you are, I suppose. Marcos Gaming, still 2 players here. I think a little bit of economic damage wouldn't hurt them. I didn't mean a little bit as in 1 AK. A little bit more would have been nice, but it's not the end of the world. They will still have money. McGill's will be able to buy like a FAMAS, maybe an MP9. We'll see our first op of the game. And we will see a 5v5, maybe. The game is paused.
Maybe just a little bit of time for, you know, McGill's to find himself in this one. I'm sure he was scrambling to figure out this internet situation, figure out what to do. I think they were saying he was looking for an alternate way to play, so I'm not sure if McGill's has gone to a different place to play out this match, or the internet just came back, but we'll wait for confirmation on what exactly the scenario was for that one. But he came at the right time, I'd say. He missed out on that eco round, so they're going to have rifles going into this next one. Yeah, we just got confirmation. He went to a friend's PC. So he's now. Shout out to the friend.
2 separate things. I've seen 2 separate things when this type of situation happens. Number 1, the player brings basically their entire setup to a second place, or number 2, they play on a friend's PC or setup in said separate place. But it always contains them leaving and then showing up a certain amount of time later with a completely different setup, and that's the case here. I still remember getting a text from a friend who plays collegiate Rainbow Six Siege in North America. Hey, can I swing by your house really quick? I gotta play a comp game and my Wi-Fi went out. He won the comp game.
He won the comp game?
He won the comp
I remember last year I was commentating a team who went to a tournament in Brazil, but they had to play their collegiate match in North America, and they were denied playing it at the LAN center for the tournament that they were at in Brazil, so they had to go to a separate LAN center to play this collegiate match. And it was like an extra hour wait for that, for them to just find, I guess, a LAN cafe that had 5 PCs available for them. And that was a fun time. There's always some way to find a workaround in getting to a PC to play your game. I also remember a time where, I was casting and my whole power went out and I didn't know when I was going to come back on, so I had to travel to a family friend's house, commandeer the little brother's PC, and commentate from a whole separate building.
The worst best case scenario I've had with that was my PC, or my power went out at like 10 a.m. I had to cast at 4. We set up a generator, we ran cables everywhere around the house.
No
We
way.
set up everything working. And then 4 p.m. rolls around, 30 minutes before my call time, power comes back on. We just switch everything back.
See, my issue was power went out 30 minutes before we went live, so it was a 30-minute drive to a friend's house, the family friend's house.
Oh, wow.
I made the drive in 15.
Oh. Speed deep dive. Speaking of speed, we're right back in. Shout out McGill's, already in and already the first one dead in the round. Feels bad, man. But Defaulter does help with some, as does Zero Cool. So stepping up where he needs to and just barely makes out of the Molotov. Another second and a half, he would have fallen. And at that point, having all 5 players has now helped. Zero Cool trying to wait for a flash. Still swings. Will fall, but does get a refrag. Good round for Marcos Gaming. They're second on the board, and their first gun round with 5 players goes their way.
I do not understand how WD hits the shot. Hold on. Shoulder? Yeah, shoulder.
Yeah.
That was insane reaction time.
I hate the left peek. You ever have that problem where you're peeking with the left
yeah.
side of your body?
Definitely prefer the right peek in comparison to the left peek, especially for scenarios like that. I mean, it's just probably because I'm right-hand dominant anyways.
No, it's like a game mechanic. You can see more of somebody's left side of their body before they can see you.
Today I learned. WD, nice shot there. We can see if LOT Gaming's 3-round gap is going to give them a little bit of an edge now going forward, now that McGill's is back into the server. Second one from Mishu. Zero Cool going to be down, so a lot riding on this play from Ryder on the AWP, but flashed out. LOT Gamer doing a fantastic job at clearing these angles. But unfortunately, R2B2 not going to expect the reposition. And Ryder lives to fight the good fight for the moment, only taking down 1.
That gives enough time for Defaulter to rotate out as well. He's cleared at least up to the truck. He may not be cleared here as well. He plays the gap in the smoke to near perfection. Is able to find that kill because of it. McGill still occupies B, of which is going to be that next point of attack. And with WD opening this door, this is either the goal to go on to B and the rotation from Defaulter already here, or it's the call to go back to A. It is indeed the former, and there's already a support system. One for McGill's, almost a second, but he misses the opportunity. In the meantime, Defaulter falls to Mishu up Monster. Important couple of kills there for LOT, because that almost certainly would have been a tied-up scoreline should they have lost that round.
That is literally every single scenario that I want to see from LOT Gaming, for the way that they are clearing these sites. Forcing Ryder off of that power position with the AWP, forcing him into bathrooms. Yeah, he gets 1, but they re-clear it. That was a fantastic round from LOT Gaming. Puts a lot of confidence behind this team. And now back onto the anti-eco. It's like Ryder wanted to play with his food for a little bit. Not expecting the second one was R2B2, so that's a recovered AK. Defaulter looking to do a little bit more damage, but not going to have the read onto Craze. So a 2-for-1 trade in favor of LOT Gaming. It's going to force this reposition or this rotation back over towards this A site. And only one person is going to be here for Marcos Gaming. That is going to be McGill's with that 5-7 lurking inside of bathrooms. The rest of the team has to clear connector fast.
That's the question. 5-7 in hands. Ooh, aim punch comes back to bite him. Aim punch being the recoil set in when you do not have armor and you get shot. Not the greatest of feelings when you can't even control the recoil that you're not shooting for. Misha will get the bomb down. This is a 2v3 on a retake. Only armor on no kit. Now, no deep zero cool. Kara's still alive. Still has the armor. And still has a shot at this. 2 bullets from either of these 2 remaining weapons as well. They have an opportunity. Still moving forward, still giving themselves some time, and smoking off dumpster as well. The problem is forcing out that peek.
Oh, no.
They looked the wrong way. Craze was forced out into the open, but still was able to win the fight. A little bit of timing, a little bit of skill, and a round again for LOT.
Praise had the right read onto that one, too. Looked over towards Bank, but looked away, feeling that somebody was going to swing through that smoke, which, to be fair, they were. But he had to take the fight to Bank first. And LOT Gaming, that's going to be another round for themselves, keeping it competitive here on Overpass after McGill's has returned to the server. So 6-2 we go, back into a 4-round lead. MB9 for Defaulter, sitting over towards water and sandbags. Suxi's going to find a route through the smoke, catches Zero Cool, trying to hop on the jump up to look in towards lower tunnels. That's going to be an opening kill for LOT Gaming yet again.
Suxi's just a knower. That's all there is to it. Zero Cool's dead, and Suxi's just a knower. And again, an important duel. It's like just playing that 4v5 again, and this time it's Defaulter with an MP9. Weird setup around brackets here. If they get seen in any way, shape, or form, they're almost certainly dead. And McGill's is trying to play bait-ish setup here, but still has to worry about long. Ryder still has to be cleared in the backside of said brackets. And LOT have to make up their frickin' mind. They have a player B. They still want to try to aggress on the A because they've logged control. There's a swing from Ryder. He doesn't even find one! Oh no!
It's very unfortunate for sure.
Oh no.
Defaulter's still stuck with the MP9, rushing through the water. We're going to upgrade over towards an M4 and saving for
That's
sure
gotta
for
be a
Marcos
save,
Gaming. It is a save, but Kara is still in on this one. What an angle through the smoke.
Bro.
The smallest little gap. A pixel onto R2B2. And Kara suddenly has a fighting chance to get a little bit extra onto this one. But look how deep LOT are playing on the post plant.
And look at Defaulter and T-Spawn.
Yeah, without Defaulter pushing into this one, this round is definitely over. If Defaulter played on that flank, pushed in through lower tunnels, I actually think they might have been able to do it.
The problem again would have been the time. Not having a kit there, not having... It's just a consistent thing that's coming back to bite Marcos Gaming. 7th round now picked up for LOT. And even barring the first 2 or 3 rounds they picked up with the 4v5, you're still looking at fairly dominant showings these last couple, with or without Marcos showing up with a gun round or 2. Ryder, this is just... You gotta win that fight. I'm sorry. If he wins that fight, he gives McGill's a 1v1 in bathroom that he can actionably take, rather than a 1v2 he has to dance around while still worrying about long. You're maybe looking at a different round, but woulda, coulda, shoulda, Marcos just didn't.
Car's gonna be aggressive a lot. Nice to avoid the flash, but as soon as he pops off, Mishu removes his head. Now it's just gonna be a Ryder here with McGill's. Players still sitting over towards B, and this might be the right call. Sitting in Monster with an MP9 and an M4. They're going to be taking the long way around this one. Plenty of noise here. Craze gets rid of Defaulter. Second one, Suxi going to take down Zero Cool. And that B site, right for the picking. Ryder, can you make any noise all the way from heaven? Doesn't seem like that's going to be the case.
McGill's... Oh, that's what I thought. I thought he was just staring at the railing for no reason. To say this is a poor situation is probably an understatement for Marcos Gaming. Mishu, does he clear the backside of heaven? Of course he does. Ryder will still win that first fight, but does he finish a second player occupying the backside of bank? Absolutely not. And yet, it's still R2B2 from the backside of sight to find a kill. This is going from bad to worse for Marcos Gaming. Losing gun rounds, losing 5v5s, and now not even picking up opening duels and missing McGill's again. It's not great.
Match pause. Maybe a tech issue? Yeah, for sure a tech issue. McGill's still suffering from some issues. We are getting an update from our admin. Yeah, internet connection issues still haunting him, even from the friend's PC. So, Marcos Gaming, what an unfortunate turn of events for your Saturday night matches here. Best of 3 is going to be starting. We're moving on with the 4 versus 5 from what it seems like. And McGill's, I mean, just hope he can get this sorted either for the later portions of Overpass or moving into Mirage. Just Marcos Gaming, they need a lifeline.
It seems like McGill's doesn't even know what the heck's going on. We're being fed some chaotic information on the production side. Our producer, within the span of about 15 seconds, said, quote, moving with 4v5, and then he's coming back to back. So
everything's uncertain right now.
Yeah, McGill's has no idea what the heck's going on. Marcos Gaming, unfortunately, don't either. Not to their own fault by any means. Sometimes these technical issues happen, whether it's with the players, sometimes with the production as well. We are no perfect people either, but it's just one of those situations that you really hope the Marcos can get solved. If not for Overpass, like you said, for Mirage, they need to be able to have a full squad for Mirage. Again, no beating around the bush. If you don't have all 5 for Mirage, you're not winning the game. I'm sorry. I don't care how good you are. You could have a few globals against some gold Novas, and it's not going to happen. Or I think it's now some rank 29,000s versus some rank 13,000s, and it's not going to happen because they kind of fixed the ranking system. I haven't taken
I love that ranking system.
I haven't gotten ranked yet because I just have not had the time and my PC hasn't fully functioned enough for me to go for it.
I still haven't gotten CS2, so I haven't even attempted.
Wait, hold on. I hear a producer tell me he says that's a skill issue.
It's my fault. It's my fault. For sure.
McGill's is maybe back, by the way.
Yeah, I'm seeing 5 players in the lobby.
Hopefully.
Will he
maybe.
stay, though? Will
he stay or should he go?
Well, he shouldn't go. He should stay.
Seems like he's staying. It seems like Marcos Gaming are aware of it. All 5 players once more for Marcos. No need to play an extra few rounds of the 4v5. This is what we need from them. The problem is they don't have all that much money, regardless of having a 5th player.
How many times have you and I gone into an eco round expecting the anti-eco to win, and here in the CSPL, ecos sometimes look a little bit better than rifle rounds?
You make an outstanding point, and especially with Marcos Gaming. We saw that back in at least one of the first stage matches. I didn't witness every single round of the Firedup Gaming match, but it was Inferno, so I have no doubt there was
a couple
of abundance of eco rounds, at least compared to the usual. Deagle's out, a few MP9s.
Kills gets good timing. He's walking up A long.
No one's here.
They're stalling out Monster too, so this is taking a lot of time for LOT to make a move, and Defaulter are going to rip the head off of Zuxi. R2B2 with the refrag, but Rifle's going to get picked up, and McGill's down. A-site open. Kara removed from the flank. So Marcos Gaming, who's making a fantastic play now, they have to rush back over towards A to fight for their life.
I'm unfortunately going to have to say this again. There is no kit for Marcos Gaming in this retake. Molotov goes, but Praise does not clear bank. 1 for 1 though, and WD able to find that refrag. Zero Cool should know he's here, and is still just trying to run it down with the MP9, and that run and gun nature will help him in that Endeavor close range. R2B2 has the bomb, and 25 seconds in the 1v2. I don't know if he saw the shoulder of Zero Cool as he re-swung. You can see Defaulter now rotating back downstairs. He's in an odd spot. RTP2 may be able to try and get this bomb down. Fakes it the first time, will now solidify it the second, and they're not going to swing him. They will allow him to get it down. He'll actually re-swing over towards Bank trying to take that first fight, but he'll immediately get double dinked by the M4 of Zero Cool. And Marcos Gaming, well, back from tech issues, back with McGill's, and back with yet another round.
An eco round, too. I said, never count them out on eco rounds, and here you see Defaulter starting off strong for the team, upgrading to that AK. Definitely pays off in the long run, and this bad timing onto Ryder for Craze puts WD in a situation where his attention is split from 2 different angles, allows Zero Cold to then upgrade, and it was fantastic from Marcos Gaming to allow R2B2 to go for that plant and then, you know, play off of each other's contacts. I think it went super well for Marcos Gaming. You can definitely see that thought process paying off in dividends. So the economy slowly dwindling for LOT yet again. Not the healthiest of buys for the whole squad, but they do have the ability to back up these rifles. And an AWP in the hand of Ryder, back over towards bathrooms with McGill's this time, playing frontline for you.
Some retrospective things to look back on as well. LOT Gaming, when they played Wasted Potential just 2 days ago, in a game that they barely won 19-17 against a group stage team that did not qualify. The first half went 9-6 Wasted Potential on Wasted Potential's CT side. Second half went 9-6 to LOT Gaming. So they've already surpassed their first half total in, well, half as many rounds, 1.75 of as many rounds. Either way, impactful notion. And not even on the same first, and on the same first site, and arguably against a better team. Granted, asterisks 4v5s, but still important nonetheless, because no matter how many 4v5s you'll play, that'll still be influential down the line.
I was going to say, I mean, at least Wasted Potential had 5 players.
Real.
I have seen many, many games where, you know, like I said, doesn't matter what rank you are, 4 versus 5s are not easy whatsoever. Suxi on entry frag, able to get the first one on the Zero Cold. But Kara ripping them apart. They all walk through into the M4. 4 quick kills at Akara. Now a chance for possibly an ace into the round to breathe a breath of fresh air back into the lungs of these players. WD's gonna make it so. Kara with the ace brings this player up to 11 kills in the half and finds a 4th round for Marcos Gaming.
That is a momentum round for Marcos. Kara steps up here. Zero Cool actually takes a good fight, but Suxi gets a good bit of movement tech off the top of the tube and turns it into an advantage. Nice little double there from Kara as well, swinging on the front side of the pillar, then swinging towards the back towards short, making 4 kills in the span of about 3.5 seconds with 1 magazine in the M4, which does not have a large magazine, by the way. LOT Gaming are officially on their first real save of this one. That nade will do a hell of a lot of damage. Upwards of 100 between 4 players. Just like that, decent start, but oh my goodness, LOT2. Either going to walk straight into a trap or straight into a free kill if he can find it. Out in the open, the fight between the M4 and the Galil, or actually the Deagle from distance there for Suxi. There's that free kill. Oh my gosh, it's a 2v2. Not another eco, right? Surely not.
You gotta think. Zero Cool. Oh, Suxi's not gonna know, but Zero Cool, he has all the information. He heard him. And he's not gonna clear it. That's bomb down. R2B2. M4 at the ready. Zero Cool with cards on his table, but R2B2 is gonna chip him down. HP staying alive, running for the hills. Knife ever so elusive, playing with his food. 46 seconds, Smoke's gonna be down. Still Ape Zero Cool. I mean, this is mission impossible right now. Fire to finish with the Tech 9. Defaulter running backwards B. Smokes out for the plant. 30 seconds. Get Defaulter's already here, dancing around this smoke, but so is R2, but Defaulter shuts him down. 5 rounds for Marcos Gaming, and what a big 1v1 for Defaulter to win.
And the bipolar way they win those back-to-back rounds as well. This one was an eco round that they came ever so close to losing. R2B2 again almost stepped up. And here, Zero Cool's going to find this kill with the MP9. I like Zero Cool actually picking up this M4 and just running away. There's no reason to take an unnecessary 1v1. Sure, the bomb's down, but there's a minute left in the round. He's probably going to get the bomb anyway. But now you're just playing a game of Tom and Jerry if you can. You'd probably be better off just waiting on the other side of that smoke for him to walk through and just shoot him as he's gray screened, but that's not the case. R2B2 is now on 12 health, so much better than our previous round, at least for Marcos Gaming, and maybe there's some improvements this time into a gun round.
I mean, you run to the hills with that M4. A little tunnel vision there for LOT Gaming, but rightfully so. And now, a couple issues starting to find its way into the server for LOT's sake. Marcos Gaming looking strong in a lot of these engagements. Kara's ace definitely lit a fire underneath these souls. So we group up over towards A. 4 players here for now, soon to be all 5. Will this be contact, though? A little bit of a walk forward out of Kara, and WD's going to find the opening. McGill's, can he find 1? 2 would be great. There it is. Still dancing and finessing his life. McGill's gets 3, can't make it 4, but the help has arrived. Defaulter is here, and they shut down LOT yet again.
McGill's just playing on the backside of dice. The patience ended up paying off here. WD catches Kara off guard. Over-aggression comes back to bite Marcos Gaming. I thought the site was going to fall, but they just completely discount the fact that the site, I don't know, can be defended from the site. McGill finds 3 on both sides of the dice, by the way, and just sets his team up to come back into that one. Defaulter finds a 2-piece of his own. Fairly fortuitous that R2B2 is still on low HP, but I don't think it really would have mattered, at least for the round outcome. Here's the rush onto B, at least with 1 player. There's Suxi running in, straight to his own demise. Kara just immediately sprays him down with the M4, finds a second across onto Craze, and it's a 4v3, and R2B2 in the first 20 seconds of the round is again on less than 15 health. This time it's 4. I think a breeze would knock him over.
Kara is starting to farm, and you can see that Marcos Gaming, they're alive. Striking fear into the hearts of LOT. Not only that, putting rounds on the board, looking to end this half on 7. What a bounce back for Marcos Gaming. It would take a miracle for Mishu to win this, especially because they heard the AK get picked up. So yeah, you hear Marcos Gaming on the hunt. They're going to swing it together, finish off the half down by 1 after missing McGill's for what felt like half of the map. What a way to stay in this one. You see this play from McGill's too into the replays. Absolutely fantastic out of Marcos Gaming, if I do say so myself. Time delay. At the same time, I was surprised just glossing over the stats, and I can't believe that even though I feel like McGill's wasn't there for half of those rounds, he still has 10 deaths. Like, that's no shade to McGill's whatsoever. I'm just surprised he was here that long.
I mean, I think he was only gone for 4 total rounds. And in one of those, he actually disconnected, which counted as a death. Actually counted as a, like, team kill. So he would be 6 and 9 right now. That wasn't the case. 1-for-1 trade. There's McGill stepping up for his now technically 7th kill, but we'll rely on the score for 6 for the time being. They're still rushing onto the site, though. Suxi point blank almost misses the opportunity, but will still get the fight. He's still taking another. This one he will lose. McGill steps up for a second. They have to address for his monster. In the meantime, they're exposing themselves from behind. There's WD stepping up, and there's the round and the pistol for LOT again.
The fact that you got 8 rounds on your T side for Overpass is going to set LOT Gaming up for really strong CT half. And we see it here, there. I would say for LOT Gaming, that is a much-needed pistol, because if Marcos Gaming continued that momentum into the second half of Overpass, you might be kissing map number 1 goodbye. And we highlighted in the pregame how important map number 1 is for LOT's gaming success if they want to see a grand final.
Notably as well, LOT did have a better CT side when they played this back on Thursday, so it's entirely possible we get a nice little quick finish here in our second half. It's also entirely likely that Marcos Gaming, just with that different playstyle from Waste to Potential, a little bit more upbeat, I think we'll say, instead of
Archibito's getting
wildly
so much info.
over-aggressive.
He's already in T-spawn.
Yeah, no biggie.
Marcos Gaming
It's
have
only been 30
yet
seconds.
to push back through a long... Really, they're stuck in party. R2P2 could possibly farm a couple kills here. Love the trigger to Splint. Gonna go for the player behind. Backs away. Looking to double dip. And Defaulter's gonna punish him.
Good one for one. The problem is now your entire plan is exposed. Nobody was flexing over towards that B side. There's only one player now on that B side of the map. Keep an eye on him. It's only Suxi on that B side.
They want. They
Bit of
can
aggression
rotate.
back. They lost the second player long. Actually, McGills has found a refrag. Now would be a great time to rotate. It's that or just go, and it seems like they just want to go.
The earlier of that. Tech-9's already wrap around. Mishu's gonna fall. Will they recover these rifles, though, into a 2 versus 2? Craze so afraid to walk past the smoke, fearing the possibility of a Tech-9 lurking on the inside, but overthrow Bank.
Oh,
It's gonna be
no.
Xantero. Zero cool. With that Tech-9 not able to secure another kill, so it's Defaulter in a 1 versus 2. Head armor, a FAMAS, and a Tech-9, and already 1 kill to boot. And you hear that tap onto a bomb. Peeks out. They line up for Defaulter. You gotta be kidding me. Another eco round here on Overpass.
And the question is, what the heck are they doing? They've already cleared bathroom. Nobody thought to just even shoulder check long. The only reason you don't clear long there is because of where the bomb is planted. And you also have to realize the bomb was planted 20 seconds ago. You had already found a kill, and there was so much time between you finding that kill and then the possible reposition. There's no reason for you to think, oh yeah, no one's long. Nobody was even looking at Defaulter when he was spraying them down, much less actually looking towards long beforehand, and now they're just legging it. Marcos Gaming are going to run it on to B, and they're going to be successful. That round lasted 20 seconds. We are tied at 9.
You have to be thinking if you're Legends of Tomorrow at this moment in time for Overpass. That is a heartbreaking loss to take in an eco. A round you should not have lost whatsoever. But so elusive, so sneaky with those Tech-9s. Marcos Gaming, it is just... It's the dagger in the back. Really
They're going
punish
again.
LOT Gaming on some of this aggression through Monster. Craze sitting close. Tapping away with the CZ. Craze gets 2 out of that engagement. If Suxi can stay alive here, there is an opportunity to re-engage late, but he has to stay alive long enough for these other 2 players to rotate in.
They will have made so much noise, so bomb will get planted, but the question is how quickly do they disengage? McGills will hear everything here towards CT, and he's going to swing it, but the problem is he's not safe from that short position. Suxi's just baiting him in. Pop flash around the corner, it's avoided by Suxi, but they should still know that short is occupied. A boost up and over, one player with a P250, the other with a deagle in hand, and both of them fairly low. Nade thrown in, somehow doesn't kill both of them. I think it hit Mishu and exploded above the sandbags, but it's really not going to matter in the end. WD does find a return kill. That's some economic damage done to Marcos, but it'll be the round itself going their way. And Marcos, even after playing the first 5 rounds in a 4v5, even after going down decently in the earlier stages, and needing to bring 5 straight rounds back at the end of the first half to even bring it within 1, they're the first team to reach double digits. They have the lead.
Yeah, they're going to reach 10, and it was 1-4 when McGill's joined this lobby. Now 10-9 for Marcos Gaming on their T side. I'd say fortunate enough for LOT Gaming there. They do lose the round. They give up those double digits, but WD makes it expensive. And going forward, I think that's going to keep LOT in this game, in this map. And economically, their chances are still at an all-time high. Their stocks are still growing. We knew this was going to be tough for LOT. No way, shape, or form, whichever way we spun this map, it was going to be an absolute slugfest if this team wants to win it out. Will they have to go to another overtime? That is to be determined. I'm sure LOT, they'd love to not have that happen, especially considering it is going to be a longer series than yesterday. But if they have to, I'm sure they will.
Mishu will get out of there. This is a very odd default from Marcos. Last couple rounds, they've played significantly more aggressive than we're seeing now. We still see at least 2 players in spots where they can't take fights. I don't know if McGill's is still with us. He may have disconnected again. Yep, there he goes.
Oh,
Bye-bye
no.
McGill's. 4v5. LOT are well aware of it.
Although-
1-for-1 trade is okay, but the problem is you still have to go into a B site that is decently defended, and that Molotov, if it was 5 seconds earlier, it would have been so much more impactful.
Defaulter's had ice in his veins. R2B2 has been good for extinguishing it.
No way.
Not able to find any kills. Ryder's still alive. 3 HP in a dream. Knows there is a player tucked away behind the barrels. It's Suxi to put that round to rest. And McGill's back into the server after a little bit of a hiccup. Just lifelines. After lifelines. It's just... It's rising waters right now for LOT Gaming. And every once in a while, McGill's throws him a life preserver.
They have a shot. This was not a great spray. That's me in Counter-Strike too. Just prepare yourself for CS2 spraying.
That's me in Counter-Strike 1.
Yeah, that's me too, but I didn't want to say that out loud. Oh, that nade was totally meant to break open the door. Suxi's so lucky to be alive. That's just an unfortunate start. But he does see like 3 players. That's so much free info.
Yeah, smoke's gonna be dropped. It is a fairly good buy for Marcos Gaming. They have the rifles, but you know, they don't really have time to waste, being as you look at their utility and not really much to be desired. It looks like they're going to boost over Zero Cool. Looking to see if you could give Suxi a little taste of his own medicine. Couple of trades going through Monster.
Okay, there we go.
Ryder takes down Craze. 3 versus 3. They group up back towards the one. R2B2 is going to re-engage into this one. Exactly what 0-2 was hoping for. Mishu opens up Squeaky. 1 versus 1. AWP versus AK. WD back over towards this B site. There is 43 seconds for Defaulter just sit and wait and cut this noise. Will WD stick it out?
It seems like he's sticking around for the time being, but the question is, when does he find the timing of, oh, he may be going A? His current thought is, if he was going A, he would have sprinted there and planted already, so he must be faking and sticking around B. And as of right now, he's correct. But the question is, everybody has that internal clock where they turn around, and that's it. Welcome to tactical first-person shooters, where WD gets caught out, but now so does Defaulter with a smoke in his hand. Yin and yang between the 2 players, and LOT come out on the fortuitous side of it.
2 of the most clutch people in the server right now for either team. Defaulter versus WD. And yeah, for a moment you think that internal clock was going to punish WD. He turns around at the absolute worst time. But instead, Defaulter thinks he has a chance to go for that bomb plant. And instead, the re-peek in gives LOT back the lead. 11-10 we go. Tech 9s. Pistols, deagles, everything you could ask for Marcos Gaming. They're just going to rush right through the smoke. WD, the AWP, able to farm a couple kills here. Nice snap over towards Kara. Will there be a 4th one ready to go? No, there's not. Shot through the legs. Ryder going to be able to recover this one, and McGill takes down Mishu. So okay, hold on.
No. Oh, no.
That's going to be a rifle recovered for McGill's as well. I think. Was it just an MP9?
No, he needs to go get it. He just needs to get up and go get it. He's still sitting party. I don't know why he hasn't, made the action to go do so. The other issue is they're very centralized here. You have 2 options, really, if you're Marcos Gaming. 1, go into A from bathrooms, as somebody else would. Or 2, go down connector and go into B. They don't know it, but the disadvantageous part of going B is not only A, do you not have good info, but B, for B, you cannot clear out R2B2, who's currently sitting at the back of connector. Molotov's thrown down there, just a bait over rotation, and it is successful. So keep that in mind. Look at Suxi down moving around. Ryder may be hurt up above, but it really just comes down to the timing. Does Craze look away? No. The shadow ends up favoring them, and Ryder's left alone. They're probably going to run on the A site here. I don't even know if they cleared dice. Nope. Ain't no time.
Decent damage, though, I would say, all in all, for Marcos Gaming. And not a bad idea, but, you know, with those rifles, with the comfort of your own home, Craze just has to sit and wait, and he does exactly that. So, lovely, lovely to take down McGill's first two. It forces Ryder with the AWP to start walking forward. And he knows that, too. He knows that one of these players is going to have that op, so as soon as you take down the rifle player, it's going to put you in all the better spots. LOT now up by 2. Rifles back in the hands of Marcos, but limited utility. Only 2 flashes left. Mishu gonna swing out, take down Kara, and re-smoke that to stay alive and pump the brakes of Marcos Gaming.
Well, the problem is Mishu playing on this flank. This is such a great spot for them to play in. If they can build off of this and just patiently wait for everybody to now turn their head away from what would be a flank, this is such a great position to play in. LOT have all the B site. They have all the info on A because of this boost, and now they have a flank being set up through Fountain. I don't even know if it's being watched. It looks like Ryder may be aware of it, and he is. Nice shot from Ryder. Good awareness. Important kill.
Slowly over towards A. Look at this position from R2B2.
No way.
I don't think we've ever seen LOT Gaming play this angle, so I'm not sure if Marcos are going to read this one. They do check it. First kill doesn't go their way, but the swing from McGill's makes it a 3 versus 3. WD is going to be here with the op. Fantastic. Back over towards Bathros, but he catches his bad timing. Can't even escape. Defaulter runs him down. That's the site under control. LOT might be thinking about saving this one now. Definitely he's going to be saving it. Craze doesn't want to give away this M4. Only $100 in the bank for Craze. It's a painful round to lose for LOT. Especially for WD, who's in the perfect spot. But that's just the way the pendulum swings sometimes. Time delay.
I also think at that point, if you are WG trying to set up that flank, you have to wait for a trigger of some kind. Craze is not going to be cleared here. Can he play trigger discipline for eco damage? No way he finds 2 kills here, right? Has he seen the other player? That's the question on the front side of the site. No. He did not find the kill on defaulter. So the op will be saved over. Not so lucky for the others. Interesting aspect as well, I think, for Marcos Gaming, is that situation leads them so far back into this where we honestly thought they were a little down and out again. They have decent economy, not great, but decent-ish because of the bomb plants they've had. LOT are now forced onto a save for only maybe the second or third time thus far in the game, and R2B2 is still doing crap like that. Because why not? Deagle, Casual, Ferrari Peak, get an opening kill into Ryder, who had the up, by the way, and then just back away, and don't elaborate further.
Yeah, but R2B2 has the mini. Not gonna chip deep into the corner, but barely walks away with his life. I like the way that you said that. It's like, because why not? That's my exact feeling on these eco rounds as well. McGill's gonna be regressed on Craze, stuck over towards sandbags. Pardon me. Good damage on Dakara. Able to secure the kill. Now WD gonna take up that mantle. Now trapped here, loses out on Mishu, so it's a 1 versus 3 for LOT to stay in the lead. And I think they have an idea that he is somewhere in the realm of water.
I don't even think they can afford to go hunting here. I was talking about the money being decent. It's not hunt a last gun in a 3v1 level decent. You need to keep 2-3 players alive here at least. And honestly, giving away an AK is not the worst thing, but looking at LOT Gaming's economy, it's a very important thing. That means Suxi or Craze will not have to buy in this round, if not just WD and WD buys for somebody else. Either way, it's $3,000 for a single player saved. You're probably only going to be forced to either only one SMG or a FAMAS.
Tied up yet again. TTL, if this is how I expected my Saturday morning to be, I'm sure you would have called me a liar if I said LOT and Marcos are going to be 12-12 on Overpass.
After 2 days ago, yes, I would have absolutely called you a liar. I'm pleasantly surprised with LOT, and I'm getting about this much from Marcos, but it is just LOT stepping up. And again, asterisks 4v5 for like 5 rounds. Sure, you could say that, absolutely. But it is still
But
LOT
even
winning
still,
fights.
those 5v4s, LOT were playing relatively close to perfect. So
Yeah.
I want to give them the benefit of the doubt here. The fact that even in these rifle rounds, look at this. Back into a rifle round, LOT weren't able to buy up a lot of utility. So in turn, they start to work on a little bit more of a forceful attention onto the map. So they walk forward, they take these aggressive angles, and they haven't even taken a single point of damage from Marcos across 3 different gunfights. Look at this, crazy. Again,
Yeah,
nice switch there.
1v5 for Ryder. Haven't seen him lose these either. But similarly to his teammate back in the pistol, at least the first one, I haven't seen him in 1v5 scenarios before. He got knocked, so, I mean, I don't know what you take in your clutch scenarios, but I suck at consistently hitting my shots, so op it is most of the time for me. For here, it doesn't look great. They're going to try and take the op away. I think one of them's going to try and take the op away.
Counter-terrorists win.
Nope. Never mind.
I want to look back through this one too. Look at all the different points of contact that LOT are taking those fights. Because that boost up from Mishu earlier inside of this game, Marcos Gaming were heads up aware and watching that one. This time around, they don't check it, and he gets away with a lot. 2 kills for Mishu at the start. Craze waiting for that contact play, and he swings through Monster. LOT Gaming, they hold their lead for the moment, really drawing out, I think, the worst possible mistakes that Marcos Gaming could possibly be making here on Overpass. And the first time that we see them in this league stray away from Inferno, and this is the deepest Marcos Gaming have been as a 5-stack. So Mishu again going to look through short, drops a Molotov for the escape, and I think this is a big focus point that we need to talk about Marcos Gaming, because we haven't seen them this deep into a game of Counter-Strike, at least in this league. And they're a relatively new team. That's what Edge was talking about yesterday. A lot of veterans on these teams, but as a core, new together. So I think LOT, who's been the distance in a lot of rounds through the group stages, are going to have the competitive edge here as a core, fundamentally.
Will that edge meet your gun skill? That's the real question. In Zero Cool's case, yes. In R2B2's, maybe not so much. The problem is the bomb has been dropped out in the open. Flash is good, but Mishu swings too early and dies because of it. 2-for-2 trade, and the swing out ends up costing Kara his life as well. Ryder exchanges for the A1S, but the problem is he's got 15 seconds and 2 separate players to find. WD's position exposed. He should still know Suxi is close. The problem is he just does not have time to long and draw out a 1v2. LOT take full advantage of the patience that ends up being the Achilles heel of Marcos Gaming. And now a 2-round lead, just now 2 rounds away from taking their own map pick as well.
How good has Craze been? 22 kills for Craze, 16 deaths. And not only that, WD is having a fantastic run with this AWP. But Craze, the focus point of LOT Gaming, the tip of the spear when it comes down to shutting down these plays through Monster, has been absolutely lights out. Marcos Gaming, now it's their turn to work on a miracle. Back into the eco round. Mac 10 in the hands of McGill's. WD is looking to get rushed onto. Here comes the Molotovs to hopefully slow things down, give this AWP room to work with, but stopping Marcos Gaming in their tracks like this is actually going to force this Eco into a really bad spot. Now R2B2 has found his way into lower tunnels, taken down McGill's. Everything is riding on this A execute, and a smoke on Zero Cool is all they have.
That smoke has to go to dumpsters or bank. That's the only real two calls you can put it down. Or for the cross, but really you don't smoke that, especially from this truck angle. WG's almost certainly good for one here, unless they can
he missed.
An odd angle. That's exactly what happens. That's a problem. Now on the backside of the site, 1 for 1, and the op has been retrieved. Zero Cool, usually
what an angle.
alongside Ryder, gives themselves an opportunity here. 3v3, bomb down, still a Tech 9 on the board.
I don't like that.
R2B2, he steps up again. Overzealous from Kara, and now Zero Cool is as well. Unnecessary aggression, and for seemingly no reason.
Unnecessary is definitely the word I would use for this one. Now just the MAC-10 for the round win. Ryder can't get it done, and LOT retake this. I got no idea what Marcos Gaming were cooking there, TTL. You get the bomb down. You take the op away from WD. Why are you pushing the AWP into bank? Why are you trying to take bank in general? Maybe hoping that they were going to catch some timing with some loose players trying to force their way back onto site, but just set up in weird angles, take unorthodox positions, and set up crossfires. There's no need to force anything if you're Marcos Gaming there, hoping for another eco win. Now LOT, everything playing for their win right now, 15-12. They're looking to start off our BO3 with the driving side of a front seat.
And it looks like, at least with that start, they're going to have the opportunity to do so. Zero Cool's just legging it down through connector, but he still has to worry about R2B2, who finds his second kill in the round. A pseudo eco here for the remaining players of Marcos. They have 2 Galils, half HP on Kara, a couple stagnated utility. This is not looking good, and not only that, but player disadvantage, position disadvantage, weapon disadvantage, and you have to take a site with lesser utility. And of course you're getting flanked, because why not? This is all the information that they need. Unless they drop down B and just send it through water, they're dead. But the problem is there's 3 players stacked there. That should be
Overpass. It has been fruitful for LOT Gaming. R2B2, he was walking for the knife. Crazy Suxi says, nah, let's get it done. Let's move on and start off strong here in the best of 3. LOT Gaming, their map pick goes their way. A couple asterisks on a few of these rounds. McGill's, yes, he was having some internet issues to start off, but hey, he was here for the majority. Plenty of rounds had actually McGill in the server. So Marcos Gaming, it might have just been down to nerves. It might have just been some frustration. But whatever the case, they're going to have to rediscover their identity heading into Mirage for a map 2 and figure out if they can pull themselves back inside of the series.
Of the 28 rounds we played, there were at least 22 where McGill's had absolutely no internet connectivity issues whatsoever, nor influential parts on the round. At that case, and with that level of consistency that we were seeing, I just don't think it's enough to put a massive asterisk. Sure, a couple rounds, it's pistol, it's conversion. Those are expected to go one way dominantly based off of completely different factors anyway. But Marcos Gaming, they needed to step up here. And honestly just didn't. Now headed onto Mirage, LOT Gaming looking significantly better than I thought they would coming into this. They're headed onto a stock standard map. It's really just going to come down to how they use their utility and the timing/coordination around it.
Yeah, I don't want to take anything away from LOT Gaming. Although you might put an asterisk on those few rounds. You and I were even mentioning it. You can't take this win away from them. So winning that map number 1 is huge for, the grand scheme of them trying to move on to this grand final position, play against, their next step here inside of the CSPL. They played fantastic. Lights out on Overpass. You can see that they had a game plan going into today after winning out on that Overpass overtime a few days ago, back on Thursday versus Wasted Potential. They go into Overpass feeling confident that this is their map to go to. This is their map where they feel at their strongest. Against one of the best teams that we've seen so far in the lead, Marcos Gaming. They pick them apart. They dismantle them at times with these rifles. And you got to put a lot of, stock into Craze and WD and the performances that they were able to put on. Craze holding down Monster back on CT. Even finding some entries into the site time to time. Craze was lights out onto that map. WD with that AWP. I feel like a big, head-to-head that we can put going into the series is WD versus Ryder in that op role, especially on a map like Overpass where the op has a lot of influence onto it. Ryder, almost a non-factor with that op. In fact, I think LOT were doing a fantastic job at making him uncomfortable on the map. WD, however, he was having some free reign, so it's a great overall showing from LOT. As individuals, as a core, they go the distance. They take down Marcos Gaming. Now it's their turn to see if they can close the series out.
And you could also see, with that being the case, Marcos Gaming, they've lost that level of comfortability. You were looking at them coming out of the higher side of their group. They were in a much better position, sure, coming into this on paper. But LOT Gaming, I think, were a little bit more warm with playing a game on Thursday. And they had a little bit better opponents, all things considered. It didn't look great, to be honest, when you were seeing teams play up against the dominant force that we saw at least more often than not when it comes down to Marcos Gaming. We'll take a look at the scoreboard to figure out how dominant the force was on the other side there for LOT. Your answer, 25-14, 24-16, 23-19 for the top 3. If that's not consistency for a squad, I urge you to try and go find a different definition or speak a different language.
We went into today with one ask of LOT, and that is R2B2 needs help. And he was great. We knew what we were going to get out of him. R2B2 was just lurking around the map, winning his duels, and walks away with 23-19. But having WD and Craze there really boosts the confidence and morale of Legends of Tomorrow heading into the next few maps, because starting off strong, starting off warm for the squad was their recipe to success for this best of 3. And it's important to see this scoreboard and these numbers favoring Legends of Tomorrow the way that they are doing. However, over on the other side, you don't want to take away from Marcos Gaming either for this one. Kara was having a great game. Zero Cool, 17-22, not too bad of numbers. McGills, who was having internet issues, 16-21, still, in the realm of a very comfortable map number 1 for a loss, all things considered, being in a 4 versus 5 for some of those rounds. I don't think Marcos Gaming should really hold their heads down low. Sure, it's frustrating to play in that scenario. Sure, the game wasn't really in your favor, you would say, for that entire map 1. But now you're heading to your map number 2, going towards Mirage. You look at this consistency from the team, you see that individually nobody was really falling behind on Marcos, and it's just time to reset and go again going into the second map, because even you can look at Defaulter through a lot of those rounds. How many times did we see Defaulter clutch on Overpass? He was having his way sometimes with Legends of Tomorrow. So going into Mirage, I don't think Marcos Gaming should be too worried to try to force an agent.
It is also a situation of it being a completely separate map. They could just take that opportunity to reset, take the time to do so, because honestly, we have to do the exact same thing. We're going to take a break, and when we return our second map, will Marcos Gaming reset and look to force that map 3 of Ancient, or is it the Legends of Tomorrow going to go on to tomorrow in the grand finals? We'll find out when we come back from the break.
Welcome back, everybody, to the CSGO Pro League 2023. We are presented by Blink Entertainment. And before we get into our map number 2, we're looking at Mirage for our first semifinal. We have to talk about a few things. Our giveaway winner 1 was drawn. It is going to be the Cyborg Gaming to win our first giveaway of clan coins. So the Cyborg Gaming, you could reach out to Blink Entertainment, I'm pretty sure, on their socials, and you can get all of that handled. Not only that, but we do have to talk about our sponsors and thank them, because without them, this wouldn't be possible. We wouldn't be able to watch some amazing CSGO. We wouldn't be able to see these overpasses go the distance, and we wouldn't be where we are right now. So a huge thank you to our media partner, AFK Gaming, our radio partner, MyFM, our community partner, Clan, our streaming partner, Gio Games Watch, and our smart lock screen partner, Glance, for putting this all together, for helping Blink Entertainment put on this league. So big shout out to them. Show them some love. Not only that, show some love to these teams as well, because we're heading into our second map, Time to Light. We're heading into Mirage now with our first map on Overpass, going over towards towards LOT Gaming. Oh, just escaped my mind for the second. But for our first map, going over towards them, that was their map pick. We're now heading over to Marcos Gaming map pick on Mirage.
And considering they picked this map, on paper you'd say, oh, their map selection, they should do better. And sometimes that is the case. Occasionally you'll see a team pick a map and go 16-5, 16-6, 16-7, whatever. On the other side of that, you also have to remember, Mirage is a more default map. Everybody and their mother has probably 500 plus hours on Mirage itself. And Overpass was a fairly tone-setting game. So as we move into our game, as we move into the second map of play, it comes down to Marcos starting off well. LOT Gaming started off well in the previous game with a little bit of help from the 4v5s, but it was not the main determining factor. If Marcos Gaming can get a decent T side to kick things away and really set the tone for their own CT side on their own map selection, they're in a great spot. If they do not start off well and they have a poor set off for their CT, I think this may very well finish 2-0 to LOT, and you could be a very correct man at the end of the series.
Yeah, you don't want to go to Ancient. I feel Marcos Gaming are going to feel good to find that one.
Okay,
nice shots from
can I change my prediction?
No, it's too late. It's locked in. You already said Marcos Gaming in 3. WD2. Just a power duo through under a pass. And Defaulter, Ryder, what do you have to offer? Do they have bomb?
No.
They do not.
No, they do not. That is currently on the underpass stairs, unfortunately enough, courtesy of our 2v2. And because that may very well be the round, you have 2 players waiting in T-apps. You have players sitting at the top of mid. No way this is fully cleared as well. I don't think Mishu was just seen, that shoulder peek. And now should be about the time they swing, seeing somebody. They've actually now been seen themselves. Something to worry about from a distance. One-shot headshot not being a direct thing from a distance with those Glocks, but Ryder with P250. There it is. Good night. An opportunity back, but still have to recover the bomb, which still occupies the underpass stairs.
This was NA. They would type sit in chat after that one. Suxi.
I would type sit in chat.
Little off angle, drops on down. One back over towards Ryder. Defaulter now with the recovered USP. Know exactly where to look. Just are they going to swing individually, or are they going to do it all together? There's still 20 seconds for Defaulter to make this play. And I like this call from R2B2 and Suxi to just run away from the bomb, force Defaulter to walk to them, drain some more time off of the board.
No time.
He doesn't even have time to plant, so this is going to be a pistol round for LOT Gaming. But, man, Defaulter, at least he's making it entertaining.
So close, yet unfortunately so far for Defaulter there. Opportunity, yeah. Just was not meant to be in the end. Nice little, I think, 3-piece on the round, if not just 2 kills with some damage onto the third. And LOT, yeah, had an arguable shot to really have that go either way. But Suxi, this is a situation where you just swing, you get the kill, and you back away. I like a little bit more patience here for LOT after losing that second player. They realize they don't need to take the fight, and you can even see that here. Second round, no bomb plant, no extra money. 2 deagles, USP, and probably a fairly neat and tidy round, all things considered. Mishu will probably be the only one to take a significant amount of damage.
Ryder just tapping away. Flawless round here for LOT despite the... unless, you know, I guess Ryder has a few shots. LOT just shaping up for a fantastic start to the Mirage. Moving off to the success from Overpass. You know, a little bit of damage onto these armors. It's going to have to buy back up. WD is the only one to drop here. So, 3 FAMASes and M4 into the next round. WD probably going to have to buy a few things. It's just an MP9 loss. Not too bad, but... Did the MP9 even find any kills here?
I don't think so. Oh, it did find
didn't.
one.
Oh, yeah.
No, WD did find one. It's okay. He made his $600 back. Well, 6 of his $1,200 back, I suppose. But, oh my gosh, Marcos aren't buying again. They just don't have the money, I guess?
Did they force?
No, they didn't even force. Oh, okay. They did buy Deagles here, though. I say they don't buy, but then I forget we're playing in the SEA region, and Deagles mean everything.
Everybody's got a mini op over here.
No way, bro.
Recovered M4 for Ryder. Finds a gap into the smoke. FAMAS and an M4 for R2B2. And, wow, this has gone very grim, very fast. Now, at range, R2B2 going to tap away onto 2. Only good for the 1, though. McGills trades out on towards his fallen comrade. The bomb's planted. So, Suxi, 1 versus 3. Have to be careful to give anything more over towards Marcos Gaming, but as he drops, it will be another FAMAS picked up and recovered. I guess maybe that's the round 3 meta for SEA region. Just don't buy up, buy Deagles. A lot of teams just have a better chance with the Deagles in hand.
We've seen a lot here, where sometimes you have teams who just seem disorganized, out of sorts almost, with regular rifles in hand, and with Deagles, yeah, they're still out of sorts, but it works because they have Deagles. I don't know. Always a questionable
Just click on head.
I do click head every so often, so makes sense.
It's the simple way to play the game, I would say. So, not too much brain power going to be used. Palace control for LOT Gaming. They reposition, though, over towards ramp. While this is happening, Suxi did find that opening kill, but off of that, just seems like they're trading positions back and forth. Heading over towards Apps. Kara deep, but yet to really find anything significant. Suxi just waiting for anybody to come challenge this one. Seems like this will be the last point of contact, and they know this. Look at the flank coming in from the T-spawn. They're taking so much time that I don't even think they're going to be able to get out of Apps. It is a complete LOT sandwich.
No, they're going mid. That's the problem. It is a sandwich, but the problem is that flank is going mid. They cleared get right. They saw one, but they didn't see Suxi sitting below. They see WD, but they can't do a dang thing about him. He will just sit in the Molotov and fall. This is still a possible 1v2 for Ryder. He sees one on the market corner. The second player's catwalk, if he can find that second fight. The problem is just differentiating the 1v2 at that. He has to reload the AK, still stuck bench. He knows where both players are and is forced away from his position. It's still boiled down to 2 separate 1v1s, but Craze is now joining his teammate. That may very well end up being the round. It is, unfortunately. Craze will drop down Ryder, and LOT lock in that third.
What a way, though, for Ryder to make that kind of possible. This Molotov well placed onto WD, finds the second one, spends so much time initially giving away those individual gunfights, just kind of repositioning around that pillar countless times. Marcos Gaming doing a good job at moving LOT around. Fortunate for LOT, though, there was a lot of damage done to them. So you look at, you know, their economy not going to be the brightest. WD, the only one walking into this one with anything above $1,000 in his pocket. Marcos Gaming, can't really say anything is better for them. No matter what way you spin this, you lose this, you're probably going to be onto an eco buy. So, minute 9 seconds left. A little bit of damage done onto Mishu. over to connector. Doesn't seem like everything here has the making for a rotation over towards A and execute onto A, but with that shutdown out of Mishu, it's going to have to be the go button push for Marcos Gaming, and Ryder, Defaulter, they're looking to take the site.
And they have. The problem is they still haven't worried about CT, and that's their problem. WD finds one. There's now no reason to aggress. The bomb is currently down inside of connector. That'll have to be recovered, and that takes some time, of which Marcos Gaming is not made of. Now with Suxi inside a jungle finding that kill, Kara has to just patiently wait. Has to fully clear out connector with that smoke going down. No, I was wrong. The bomb's in T spawn. This has to be a B rotation, right? There's no time to go A. There's no time to go either way. This round's over. He just doesn't have time. Maybe.
If he rushes, it's
gonna be damn close. No, he doesn't have it.
No, Defaulter not able to rush there long enough. Horrible Dillies take one more to the grave. Picks up the op too, so big recovery there for Marcos Gaming. Even in a round loss, not a bad round, I would say, overall, for sure. You know, talking about, you know, no matter what way you kind of worked into this round, like I was saying, whoever loses this is going to have an eco going into the next one. Well, it seems like it's the best of both worlds. Couple rifles recovered for Marco in the round loss. LOT win that one. So it seems like both teams are going to be able to buy into this next round.
It'll be close. If I'm Marcos Gaming here, honestly, I save. You don't want to try and base a full buy around stagnated rifles that won't even have utility. If you were to buy here, you'd probably have to go Galils with 3 players, if not a couple Mac 10s. There's no definitive way of saying that's going to work for you. It's just a lot to question if I'm on both sides, and if I'm on Marcos Gaming here, it's even more easy to say, hey, just play with the hero rifles, we'll buy next round. It will be kind of okay.
Maybe some deagles.
Oh my gosh, please. Oh. Not again. On 2 things.
At this
on 2
point,
fronts, by the
let's
way.
do it again.
The not again was on 2 fronts. The not again for deagles and the not again for a DC, unfortunately enough.
Yeah, it seems like tech issues have just been plaguing both teams today. Maybe it's whoever didn't pick the map has to play at a player disadvantage for an X amount of rounds. That is the deal with the devil that was made for today. At least for LOT Gaming, maybe. You know, if the devil said, if you guys want to take down Marcos Gaming, each team has to play with at least one member outside of the server for X amount of rounds. I'm definitely just pulling that out of thin air, but for, you know, context reasons for people watching, but we'll see. We'll wait and see what the call is for this last player. I think we're still waiting on confirmation from our admins. It's just like a disconnect. So let's take a second and maybe look back at a few of these rounds that we saw prior. Should have a few replays of what we've seen so far. I want to talk about LOT Gaming for the second because we put a heavy asterisk at times on a couple of those rounds back on Overpass, but yet again, a pleasant surprise out of this team from the success now that they're finding on Mirage, TTL.
Yeah, but of the 4 rounds they've won, 2 of them have been based off of time. That being the first and last, first being the pistol and the last being the most recent that we've seen. It has been very contentious for them. Yes, they've been rounds they deserve to win. Very successful thus far here on Mirage. Only losing 1, and that was to Marcos really just having a pseudo-eco because, you know, it's Indian CS again. Eco rounds are tripled in effectiveness. It's like me when I add an extra power-up to an accidental Pokemon. It works, but it's weird. This is that round, by the way, where Marcos Gaming is just like, oh yeah, we have not great weaponry. Let's just run around and use it. And then Defaulter does just that. Ryder picks up an M4. I think Zero Cool did too. All in all, it was a decent round for Marcos to win, but it's not those rounds that you can consistently rely on. And I feel like that has been the case for them, especially back on Overpass as well.
See if they can rely on it a little bit, longer, throughout this. I still don't know how I feel about Ancient. I made that call, that LOT, they need to win this in 2, because I think that just overall, Marcos Gaming, when it comes down to a map like Ancient, I don't know if LOT are ready for that map. But that again, I mean, we don't really know much about these teams and their map pool to begin with, because all they played is Inferno throughout the group stages. So we could be in for the distance for all 3 maps, who knows? But at the same time, just in the way that I've evaluated Marcos Gaming over the course of the past week throughout this league, the way that I've watched LOT play over the course of the week, it just overall the playstyle of Ancient it does not feel like LOT would be a favorite team on a map like that. But at the same time, I wasn't expecting LOT to be leading into this Mirage. They have been proving me wrong, so who really knows? We're just kind of, I guess, throwing hypotheticals out into the air. What are your thoughts on that?
One definitive thing that I've noticed about Ancient is it plays somewhat similar to Mirage. In the same general 2-box setup, sites on either side, mid to split them, you have a connector to go through one side for one, that being the A site, you have the catwalk to go towards the other side, towards B, albeit a little bit more towards the favor of the T side. So it's like if Mirage became a little bit more T-sided and was reworked. And that's how I feel it plays more often than not in the just below pro level play, probably about where we are right now. I wouldn't be surprised if that is the case after this. If we go to a third map, if this one's close, I would not be surprised if we see a close Ancient, but I can't say for sure who's going to win it. I won't say, oh yeah, Marcos are going to win this game, and if they do, they're going to win map 3 as well, because that would be A, disingenuous, and B, just completely unfair to LOT, who have looked really good in the series thus far. However, if Marcos just goes 16-4 here, 16-5, wake up, like, just burning fury below them, then I may be able to say with a little bit more certainty who's taken Ancient.
Yeah, I agree with that, for sure. Everything I, was saying, that's why I put, the statement out that it's even with those internet issues to start it off, they managed to stay in the game for as long as they did, and they finished the half actually on a really high note, considering the losses that they took on their CT side. But towards the later end and even into Mirage, I haven't felt this superpower that Marcos Gaming have been showing us throughout the past of the group stages. They've looked very disconnected. They haven't really been able to play off of each other. Individually too, outside of a few pop-off plays maybe from Defaulter, I don't know if I could trust in these individual plays to really carry them into the grand finals now. I don't really have that, I guess, confidence in Marcos Gaming that I once had. All in all, and I think if anybody needs to show us anything, it will be Marcos Gaming on this Mirage, like you said, to make it look comfortable and confident towards the end, to have that advantage going in towards the Ancient. And if they do show it to us, then yeah, maybe we can give it advantage over towards them, but time will tell. We have plenty of Mirage still to play out once we get through this little bit of a pause that we have waiting for Suxi to get back in towards the lobby.
What you're
This has
seeing,
been a
by the
surprise.
way, it has been a lot of surprises. Whether it be individual rounds where you're looking at it and saying, oh, this buy has no chance of bringing it back, or you're looking at the round previous, like you just saw the later stages of that replay, where Marcos, they had site control, they had time, and then they forgot the bomb and T-spawn. That's not like an important part of the game or anything. They probably would have gotten the bomb down with 40 seconds left. But it took them until about 25 seconds left to realize they forgot it. And by then, just not enough time to traffic it back all the way to the A site. We'll get back underway. I think this is live. Okay. No, this was the replay of us having the tech issue. So El Me, I think. Yeah.
Is it the replay? Because
Yeah, it is. Suxi would have been the more recent.
No, it's
people
not.
to
Wait.
join. It was the replay of
Oh,
us having the tech
ah.
issue. I got you
we
baited.
got baited. Even I got baited. I was like, is it not? No. Wow. Power outage. That's what we're dealing with right now. So, if anybody in chat was wondering why we're paused, what is going on, that is the reason. It seems like Suxi has been cut off from having power towards his computer. So what we are waiting for is the confirmation on whether or not he's going to come back into the server or whether or not they're going to play it out in a 4 versus 5. And if you ask me, TTL, I think it's only fair to play in a 4 versus 5. Marcos Gaming had to do it.
I vote that we let LOT play 4v5, but we restart the game and they play the first 5 rounds 4v5. Because, if I'm going to be honest, it is much easier to play the first 5 rounds of the game 4v5 than it is to play any, like, subsequent gun rounds in the same note. Because you have that variability a little bit more. Here, if you're looking at a 4v5, I'm going to go from saying Marcos should never buy in a million years to saying they should invest everything they own into round 6. Just
why not?
Put it all on red. The game of roulette has to go your way at some point, right? Gambler's mentality. They're due for a victory.
Hate roulette, by the way.
You hate what?
I went to Vegas recently during the year. It was first time in Vegas. Roulette treated me well. I came back home to Canada, and I went to the casino. It has been horrible. That's why I don't gamble. I got a false sense of security going to Sin City, but...
It's usually the other way around. It's usually you like gamble once or twice at your house and you're like, oh, I'm great at this. And then you go to Vegas and you lose millions of dollars.
Well, it's actually funny. I went to Vegas, but prior to that, I'd only been to a casino like 3 times, and I'm almost 24 years old. So like the fact that I only went to the casino like 3 times, Vegas was an interesting learning experience, and it gave me, I guess a little excitement coming back home, but that excitement, it's gone, and I'm never going to a casino ever again.
What they all say.
However, Marcos Gaming, I agree with this. If I was a bettor, I would say put it all on red right now if you're going into a 4 versus 5. Which again, I will say is only the fair thing to do for the fact that Marcos Gaming played, 6 rounds? 4 versus 5 back on Overpass?
There's 6 or 7, yeah.
So that's to be determined, or whether or not we are going to play for a 4 versus 5. We do have a tech pause called now, and that means that you and I are going to be taking a quick little step away from the casting booth, and we'll let the music play for all the people watching. Don't forget to stick around, root for your favorite team. We got Mirage, LOT Gaming waiting for their 5th player to come back into the lobby. We'll see you on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everybody, to the CSPL. Once again, our two lovely faces on the stream to welcome you back. It is going to be our map number 2, Mirage versus LOT and Marcos Gaming. It is a little bit of a hiccup, definitely, in the servers that we are getting today. Some internet issues between both of these two teams. Suxi has yet to return for LOT, and that being, they are probably going to be playing a 4 versus 5. Full disclaimer, we gave them the time to wait, equal to the amount of time that we gave to Marcos Gaming for the return of McGill's back on Overpass. So all is fair right now between these two teams for this matchup. It's unfortunate that we are going to have to see a 4 versus 5, even if Marcos Gaming had to play one of their own back on Overpass. But time to light, that is the cards that we are dealing with right now. And heading into Mirage, these teams are just getting ready to start back up.
We are headed into Mirage. Apologies for that delay. And if you're thinking to yourself, well, we actually gave LOT a lot more time because we just waited 30 minutes. We didn't wait that long for Marcos Gaming. One thing you didn't see is the game itself was scheduled for about 30 minutes before it started when Marcos Gaming was playing. That was the 30 minutes that we gave them. We just delayed the game's start rather than actually started the game without their 5th player, or with their 5th player and then delaying in the middle. We promise all's fair in love and tech issues. Unfortunately, a little bit here for this LOT Gaming side, but a decent 2-for-1 there, or 2-for-2 overall.
Look how deep Kara is. I don't expect R2B2 to expect this whatsoever.
He's got
far up into the CT side. I mean, I'm sure he does. And R2B2, he has been fantastic so far for LOT. Does he win it, though? No. McGill's and Kara stacked on top of each other. WD with an AWP. Blocked off by what looked like the debris of a nade blowing up. And now he's got to be thinking, do I save this rifle for the next round? Well, Marcos Gaming, they have other ideas. 3 players on the prowl. And Ryder's going to be the one to take it out. Round number 2 for Marcos Gaming. Starting off this 4 versus 5. It was an interesting play, to say the least, here from Craze as well as Mishu. Ryder seemed to be expecting that. The FAMAS does so much damage, but all in all, still with the trading out, it's effective with a team that has already a numbers advantage.
And Kara just narrowly stays alive there. That shot to the head almost landed, but R2 could not hit that one in the end. Trying their shots down mid, and instead it's a tactical nuke into the window, and they will be quickly taken care of. Marcos Gaming taking full advantage of this 5v4, seeing one of these players here on the B side. That should be the round. That's not a great start.
It is not a great start. What do you do here, though, if you're LOT? I mean, you have to be thinking that you're on your CT side. You have 3 rounds to kind of buffer out and find your bearings with this numbers disadvantage. And Marcos Gaming, they were in the exact same position back on Overpass. They were still able to walk away with a couple kills before McGill's came down or came back into the server. The only difference with this situation that I will say is that we were guaranteed that McGill's was coming back at some point. It was just a matter of time before he re-entered the server. We still don't know what the real play is with Suxi. You know, what is wrong with him, if he has an alternate play with this power outage. So it's a question of, will they be back to a 4 versus 5? LOT Gaming, I mean, they just need to hope something goes their way.
No guarantees for them, unfortunately. Only 1 player killed in that round. Back-to-back fairly clean rounds for Marcos Gaming. Some money to work with. And still, Defaulter's going to go into a MAC 10. Can't really blame him. All things considered, you're going up against probably unarmored opponents, at least 2 of them. And you're up against pistols only. So, investing here really doesn't get you very far. Up on into A. Mishu actually wins the first fight. Craze does the same. And a 3rd for the team. Craze retrieves an AK. They'll retrieve actually 2. They should at least close range. Ryder has to nearly ace. Call it a technicality. And he can't. LOT win the round. I cannot believe the CZ from close range is what gives LOT their way back in.
Literally anything can happen. Anything can happen at any moment. I don't know what to say right now. I mean, Craze goes nuclear in that play. Deadlifts LOT Gaming right into a 2-round gap yet again. time to buffer out. Double up setup for WD and Mishu. Does this pay off for them? I like that Marcos Gaming aren't getting too aggressive into this. The idea that op is going to be in play. But will they have to read onto 2 ops? Now they're going to know Mishu's going to be in apartments with his, so they know an op's going to be over towards B. They still haven't heard the second one, though.
He's aware that he could be getting flanked, and he knows. He's just a knower. And at that point, it's boom or bust with these ops. The problem is they have to find opening kills, and they have to do so quickly. If they don't, there'll be clutch situations with ops having to retake a site. I don't care if you get a kill there onto 0. It doesn't really matter. Bomb's gonna get planted. It's a 3v4, and you still have those 2 ops to retake. You have 2 kits and a Molotov, and that is the extent of your utility here in a round 9 retake. This is gonna be a challenging one to say the very least.
No, a round with a ZZ is challenging. This is Issue ready to put on a show. WD, the double ops, bring it out onto the server. Default, there's going to be Gal Bomb is played for him. The spray down. Ryder swaps on over, and now to his success, it is an up recovered off of the corpses of LOT.
This is nuts as well, all things considered, here for Marcos. That's a round in which you should have had a little bit more dominant, and you just narrowly come out on top of. You were a ninja defuse away, and a close one from being at risk in that round. LOT are still playing this 45 though, and they're still doing so on an eco. It should be Marcos tying things up.
Should be. Craze as a CZ again. Where is he? Just sitting underneath apps. One of the best places you can have a CZ, I would say. The Gills should be able to clear out WD. 1 by 1. Players looking to fall. Upgrades for Craze yet again. Can he do it for a repeat? AK in hand. McGill shuts it down before things get a little too far the way over towards Craze. LOT Gaming sent packing from this B site. Ishu's got a deagle and some armor. It looks like he wants to take it to the next round too. Kara's already onto B, but does he go into that? To Palace?
Ishu's just gonna wait, but I mean, honestly, you're getting what, max loss bonus here, if not second to max loss bonus? You're probably just saving here for your armor, to be honest with you. But either way, it's not gonna matter in the end. Zero Cool's the only one to fall. Kara can basically AFK. This is such a difficult situation on both sides. And Mishu has been seen. They'll survive, true, but it's difficult.
Alright, now Marcos Gaming playing for a lead. Looking to run through these upgraded pistols. Gills and Kara walking up a catwalk, heading over towards B. Nobody going to be here to populate the site for LOT Gaming, so this is looking like another round for Marcos Gaming without any fight back this time. So question is for LOT, do you keep these guns? Okay, wait a second. Defaulter is standing still on the side of his spawn. WD didn't see him. No way.
I mean, I think that's a bug. No, yeah, it is a bug. Yeah,
okay,
so there's only 9 players in the lobby. The players for Marcos Gaming are actually 5 through 9, not 6 through 0, as they usually are.
Oh, I got fooled.
So the 0 that you see in spawn, I noticed that in the previous round. I was like, why is there a 0 sitting in spawn? Who the heck is that? Turns out it's nobody. So get bamboozled. Elbozo. A double flash into Palace, flashing to both sides. Mishu sees the sun in front of them, and WD were to make it out with a P250, and they will immediately die. This isn't great.
No, this isn't great at all. Still waiting for Suxi to get back into the lobby. For sure, folks, it is a power outage. Still yet to hear anything from this player. So, we push on, 4 versus 5. Marcos Gaming continuing to rack things up. It was 4-1 when Suxi left. Not 5 rounds in a row for Marcos Gaming. LOT were able to at least stop the momentum for a second, but gonna have to do it a hell of a lot more. M4 is going to be in the hands of Mishu, Craze, and R2B2. A little bit of aggression here from Mishu, and they're heading straight over towards him. Does Mishu capitalize on this play, though? Because there's going to be so much noise around here. This first player should have no idea what he's walking into. Scopes in, still alive, back over towards it. Ryder, unbelievable, Mishu. You just can't lose that.
Oh, now that's just the B-side falling. Nobody's there. R2B2 is going to be here late, sure, but utility just volleyed in their direction. Molotov forced them back out into the open, there for the AK. There's Zero full finding the kill, and oh no, WD. Wow, okay, bro.
Oh, okay.
WD just no scopes him, and just to die from the same window. That's unfortunate.
I mean, rounds like these are doable. They're possible, but you need Mishu to find that kill. It's the same thing that I'm going to say, you know, for Marcos that I said about LOT time delay, is that you lose this one player. Oh, well, you got to deal with it. 4 versus 5s are not easy for sure, but it's not an impossibility. And we see there, Mishu had a perfect chance to capitalize on the positioning. He had the read. You just need to hit your shots. So it's quite frustrating playing with that player down, but you just have to kind of wipe the brain, gain that confidence once more, and individually play at your absolute best. If you want to be in the grand finals, you got to step up right now for LOT Gaming, being that player down. You were gifted an opportunity back on Overpass. Time to step up and really dig deep to show what you're made of.
Oh, there's R2B2 with 1. They've retrieved now 2 AKs on the LO2 side, and Kara is still walking out of B. Does R2B2 find an opportunity here? There's 1, found on Mishu. I don't think R2B2 actually returned that AK. It was WD instead. Oh no, Kara is taking the B site. They have been returned on, and then it's a fake. That's just timing in and of itself. Craze was on the A site. As soon as they run away, it's taken back.
Seven to 5 for Marcos Gaming. 2 versus 2. Rifle in the hand of WD. No head armor. And now, no partner. Weight of the world on his shoulders. Time ticking away. That Molotov is not going to make this any easier. He doesn't have the kit, so this round is all over for WD. He won't even be able to take that rifle down, so at least he's going to take a player. Defaulter's not going to grab that AWP. It doesn't matter. They are rich to the brim with money in their pockets. Marcos Gaming advanced to their 8th round. Not without a little bit of a fight, though. You can really see the fire burning deep into LOT Gaming. They have that passion behind them. They just need to put a couple rounds on the board. Double up set up yet again for R2B2 this time alongside WD.
LOT are showing themselves, at least as a presence, in this half. The problem is, can they get involved in arguable shots at giving themselves fight victories on a consistent basis? That's the real question for them. It'll do damage. Mishu low, Mishu flash, Mishu very much a dead man. And this is just so many difficulties mounting up into utility and getting hounded by utility, and then those players hounding you. And your op has missed the opportunity to cut off the bomb. Your second op is occupying market. You have to retake again with a double op setup. This is problem after problem after problem with no solution in sight.
I think the deepest problem is WD's getting a little too ahead of this, and your rifler is so far away from the action. Crazy's going to be here. R2B to a second one. Damage onto Defaulter. HE should be good, but it misses the mark, and Craze caught in the open. A sitting duck of LOT. And now R2B2, can you take more to the grave? Pat those stats. No more kills for R2B2. A 9th round for Marcos Gaming, and things just getting more grim on the map.
Question is, where's the end in sight for LOT? I mean, obviously, it'd be nice if your fifth comes back, but they say you have to roll with the punches, I think is the saying that's used more often than not. And here, there's only so many ways you can do so. 4v5 situation, you've already won a map, sure, so there is your level of backbone, yeah, but this is just fighting the same fight over and over and expecting a different result without much end there in sight. Mishu caught with the Molotov somehow inside of the connector. He actually runs out and finds a kill there. He'll make it out back into the underpass, but the problem is he's been seen. Molotov thrown at his feet, and he's swung from the top of the underpass. That'll do it on this first half. LOT have a great start. 4-1 up, just to lose a player and subsequently lose 9 of the next 10 rounds.
Hopes and dreams starting to fall apart for LOT here for what was shaping up to be a fantastic Mirage. Things don't go your way. A few uncalculated potentials. Lose out on Suxi, and suddenly only 1 round since then. Couple of chances, barely missed out, but now on the T side, gotta bully your way through this. A pistol round would be a fantastic start. Just, you know, a chance to restabilize. Brush that one around under you. Maybe a second one, too. But again, I mean, it comes down to players stepping up, players playing at their full potential, and a whole lot of headshots at a LOT. Let's see if these gamers can get cracked. Execute over towards A. The flash. Oh, Craze left alone, and Kara is going to be able to put that 1 kill 6 feet under. WD moving towards jungle. Shut off through the small window door. And Mishu not able to finish off on that kill. That is just a tough one to lose if you're LOT Gaming. So thorough. But again, I mean, that's a pistol round that you hope to get.
It's one you just can't stay involved in. Now, without a bomb plant, they can't even argue to try and pick up full weaponry. Situation now going to be smoke window and split mid, I guess. You have a deagle. I see 2 deagles and 2 Glocks. In a round where if you lose and dominant, Marcos Gaming are starting off a half in which they already have an advantage with an economy, and that's what's going to happen. He's up mid already. Mishu hasn't seen all that many players over towards A, but he's going to be naded out of position. He's in the A site itself, and then he's immediately clotheslined. Okay, that was...
I mean, they're hitting their shots. I'll say, you know, LOT, they don't look terrible in these rounds for the, I guess, the cards that they've been drawn. It's just Marcos Gaming. They're on the run now. And the ball is rolling for this team. And every single round that they start to get, I mean, it comes back to that powerhouse team that we've been talking about leading into the semifinal that we've been expecting from Marcos Gaming. At this point, if Suxi comes back, is the confidence even going to be there for LOT to kind of climb yet again here on Mirage, or has the damage been too far gone? I would probably expect the latter end to it, because Marcos Gaming, they are in the driver's seat now. And Ancient is an almost definite possibility for this best of 3. Kara on the jump up. Mishu, nice trade. You're gonna have to make it a second one if you want to equalize, and Ryder is looking to see if he can slow this roll. Mishu's found his way into mid-window. A second there onto Zero Cool. Can they keep this, though? Can they hold on with a player on the flank?
Watch out for McGill's. I think that's McGill's. It is indeed. I'm almost getting caught up by the numbers switching, but McGill's is a free flank coming through. He's going to see one, will not hold the trigger, instead just guarantee the first kill. Swings for a second, but sees actually the third in Firebox, and he gets some help from Defaulter and CT. Turning the attention away from the main side of the CT spawn helps Marcos for their 13th. Again, LOT make it a contentious round, but Marcos just able to dominate in the later stages.
That is heartbreaking for LOT for sure. But for Marcos Gaming, though, even playing at an advantage. I gave the same, I guess, highlight over towards LOT in their own right, back on Overpass. Even playing at an advantage, you see the respect being shown from Marcos Gaming, and they timed that so well. They're not forcing individual engagements when they don't need to.
I'm sorry, I blinked. Could you tell me what happened?
They died.
Oh my gosh. LOT just walk into mid just to be met by a firing line of Marcos players? That's... I mean... This is probably it. You lose this, if you don't get your player back, you're looking at 5 to 15 with no money. In a 4v5 on the T side of Mirage.
WD, nice start to the round. McGill's be sent packing there. Evens us up for the time being. Minute 30 to play this 4 versus 4. Bomb's still going to stick out over towards this T side. It seems like they're expecting a little bit more aggression, but you look at the map and that is not the case.
This is the most disengaged man disadvantage setup on the T side of Mirage I have ever seen. There has been already 50 seconds gone in this round, and LOT are just now swinging mid. They have a player in Palace and a player on the far side of A main, not even inside of the tunnel of A main yet. Surprisingly, they haven't been... Oh, never mind. I was about to say surprisingly they haven't been seen, and now 2 players have been. With McGill's falling, I mean, this is a shot, sure. Marcos Gaming don't have utility. There's just 2 smokes, sorry, and a nade left. But does Defaulter get cleared? R2B2 walks up, finds one. Spray from Defaulter. Oh, he doesn't find a kill. I was about to ask, does he get cleared? He doesn't even find a kill.
Gap in the play for a second. Here we go, LOT. Fighting the good fight, TTL. Afraid. 16 HP, swings out. WD cleans it up. 6 rounds for LOT Gaming. More time to play here on Mirage for themselves. So, 1 round is good, but to ask for another 8 rounds, 9 rounds, even 10 rounds to put it away for LOT. That would for sure be, I would say, for lack of better words, a throw from Marcos Gaming.
No, I think those are the better words. That would just be an objective throw. You give away a 9-round lead with a 5v4 on the CT side of Mirage. That would be insane. I think that would be the most nuts thing I've seen in all my time of casting CS. And I cast Collegiate on a consistent basis, where crazy stuff is like par for the course. LOT are still in a situation where Marcos have to give them kills, though. In the previous round, I think they really based their openings off of McGill's swinging them, losing the early fight, and then just leaving a gap in that default setup. This instance, I think Marcos are learning, which is a good step in the right direction. Choose to walk out. Do they get caught? Yeah, swung from both sides.
Far.
Immediately dropped. And just like that, LOT now have to reevaluate, but they don't have all that much time to do so. It took them a minute and 10 seconds to try and fight that one, and then Ryder just re-swings like that to kill Craze? That's insane.
7 HP, too. Might I add. Ryder's feeling himself, and Marcos Gaming, yeah, they're learning. Surely, for LOT, you're preparing yourself for that ancient time to light.
Oh, no.
What are we thinking? A timeout.
They're doing one of 2 things. They're delaying the inevitable, or they are hoping that their 5th player is going to join in the next 30 seconds. I mean, they've got, what, still 3 timeouts left? 2 minutes worth of timeouts. Do you hope and pray that your 5th player is picked up the rest of their internet connection? You can call back-to-back timeouts, but you've run out of tech pause, unfortunately. Rules dictate.
Oh, Marcos Gaming could give him a timeout. That's some good camaraderie coming out from the other side. I mean, yeah, at this point in the game, you have to be expecting that these timeouts are being called to maybe just delay the time. See that if we are going to go to a game 3, I doubt Marcos Gaming wants to play in a 5 versus 4. As good as it is to win, you want to earn these wins. Both of these teams want to earn these wins. And I will say, I don't want to put an asterisk on that overpass for LOT winning it, but I will put an asterisk on this Mirage.
Yeah.
If Suxi didn't leave, I would expect this game to be a lot closer. Marcos Gaming may have walked away with the win, but I doubt that win would be 16-6.
I've done the math on our 4v5 rounds really quick, just because I was a little bit curious. In the 4v5 rounds we played, we're also counting the 4v5s where we saw McGill's disconnect, so those do count. We saw 7 of them played on Overpass, and now here on Mirage, we have just finished our 17th played. So all in all, 24 rounds in 4v5s. The team with 4 has won 4 of those rounds. That is a 16.666 repeating percent win rate in 4v5 scenarios. Which, when you think about it, is really bad if you were just to consider to yourself, oh yeah, we've lost the opening duel. What's our 4v5 conversion rate? 16% mathematically is abysmal. The usual number is somewhere around 30, 35, where teams, after picking up the opening duel, will finish 60, 65, 70% of the time with a win. 16.6%. That's bad.
It's all a mental game, too. I mean, it's different, I'd say, going into a round with 5 players and losing that first pick compared to playing out half of a map with only 4 players. The mentality there is that, you know, even when you're playing with 5 players, you still feel like at a core, you're at that full strength. You're still vibing. You're still playing as a team. Without that one person there, it's frustrating having to figure out whether that player is coming back or whether he's out for good now. And, I mean, I like the numbers. I'm a big stats guy, too. And I think that you're bringing up some excellent, valid points. But you have to consider that playing a 4 versus 5 across half or majority of a map is very, very different than playing a 5 versus 5 and losing an initial pick.
Final timeout. We've spent, if I've done my math correctly, 3.5 minutes here. Just trying to give the final opportunity for the Suxi 5th to rejoin. Doesn't happen. This may very well be all that she wrote for LOT on Mirage. And I have to say, a very unfortunate Mirage. I was looking forward to Mirage, considering how close Overpass was. I was interested to see how LOT's CT side set up. And then they went up 4-1 and lost their 5th player and proceeded to win one more round throughout the rest of it. Already losing the opening pick. McGill's actually finds a double to open things up. It's ironic that he who was not present for 7 of the 28 rounds played on Overpass is he who may very well close out the 22nd of the rounds here on Mirage. Never mind. He's dead. Just looking the wrong way. Caster's curse.
WD. Hear this. Out of the open. Oh, flies from box to box. And McGill's is going to put the game down. So this is going to be a map 2 winner. Marcos Gaming. Majority of it spent with the advantage. But they are now going to be moving to a map number 3 inside of our first semifinals. An unexpected turn of events for LOT. Unfortunate for sure, but here we are, and a map number 3. I'm excited to see Ancient.
Ancients as third. I said at the beginning of that game, I believe, and I quote, if we see Marcus Gaming win this 16-5, 16-6, 16-7, and in dominant fashion, then I think it's a little bit more likely that they take Ancient confidently. But the way they took this, if we just see a 5v4 again, whoever has the 4 is going to lose. I'm sorry. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, the glass half empty kind of guy, but 5v4s are just difficult. And in Counter-Strike, that doubles because utility usage, you can only carry so much utility between 4 players. You're literally losing on 20% of your utility. You're losing an entire player. Your economy's in shambles because you can't have that extra drop, the extra opportunity to save. It's a lot of problems without a lot of solutions in sight for either squad. And we saw that back on Overpass. We saw that especially here on Mirage. They went, 2 for 17 in rounds played in a 4v5?
It's tough. It's tough for sure. And for LOT, now it's time to bounce back throughout this next game. I really hope genuinely that we see Suxi come back and we play at a 5 versus 5 because, like I was saying, Time to Light, after Overpass, you and I, we were both agreeing. No asterisk on that map. I mean, McGill's came back. They played pretty much the entire map. Maybe a couple of rounds were missed, but in general, it should have been a null point. However, Mirage, it was a 4-1 start for LOT. They were fantastic on that map. And then Suxi fell, and he never returned. So you definitely have to look at that. Like, there were some genuine issues going on there for the side of LOT. It's unfortunate. It sucks. It's frustrating as a player, even as a caster, having to, watch that and knowing that the team is not playing at their best in a semifinal match for money, for a grand final spot. That is not how you want to go out right now. So going through this break, I really hope we can figure out how to get Suxi back in here. I really hope the issues do find a resolution. But for Marcos Gaming, if you win this one out, you play Ancient as a 4 versus 5 Time to Light. You move to that grand final. You play either Firedup Gaming or you play God's Reign. I wouldn't walk away with the series feeling confident. I wouldn't walk away with the series feeling like you really smoked LOT, because you'd be walking thinking, what if? What if they had a 5 versus 5? What if Suxi never left? It could have been a 2-0. It could have been, Ancient going LOT. So I feel like you want to play at full strength. You want to play against the full strength player, and you want to make sure that you are going into Ancient with as confident a mindset as you can, and you're walking away from this series as confident as possible.
We can take a look at our scoreboard, figure out the real stats behind the unfortunate 4v5. You'll get some courtesy stats there for Suxi, and they were 4-2 in the 5 rounds they were present for. So, I mean, they were good for like 10 minutes. And after that, it was just a exodus of the squad as a whole. Not a soul went positive. Mishu went double negative. It wasn't great, but honestly, it's understandable. Legends of Tomorrow just did not have an opportunity to fight for that one. And at really no fault of their own. Unless for some reason Suxi tripped his own power. At no fault of their own. I don't think that was the case. I really don't. It would be really, really weird, to say the very... Probably the weirdest thing I've seen on a broadcast, if it did actually happen, but I highly doubt it. Anyway, it's also a situation on the other side where Marcos... maybe if Suxi comes back, they don't have all that much confidence in themselves going into Ancient. Oh, we only won a 5v4. You talked about it. If they head into the grand finals winning a 5v4, will they have that same confidence? I don't know if that will be.
I don't know if that'll be the case either. Going into map number 3 for this first best of 3 of the day for our first semifinal. It's taking quite a long time because of these tech issues, so why don't we just wrap up this map number 2, start getting Ancient ready, folks. We'll head to a break, step away, and when we come back, the finale between Marcos Gaming and Legends of Tomorrow. We'll see you there. Welcome back, everybody, to map number 3. We got LOT Gaming, Marcos Gaming spawning into H, and it seems like we are already through the pistol round. TTL, Marcos Gaming leading.
And by a bit, unfortunately for LOT, still not able to find their 5th. This is not the greatest of positions to be in, to say the very least. To start off the CT side of a map that is usually a little bit more T-sided than the one you've already played. But, hey, if LOT is going to find a light at the end of the tunnel, this will probably be the map to do it. They need to find just a way through. They need to find openers, they need to find ways in. I need to make sure that they're not just doing spins and spot.
Spin botting is crazy.
Ban him, get him out. I always knew R2B2 was cheating. That guy was too good in our first group stage.
For context reasons, he's not cheating.
He's not, true.
Don't want people to get the wrong idea about him. He is a cracked gamer, and he's earned that title. I'm going to see if we have any updates on Suxi.
WD was gonna die to the bomb. That's unfortunate. Well, another round victory for Marcos. One, they only lose a Mac 10 in, unfortunately.
Welcome back, everybody. You didn't get to see us before. We had headed into Ancient for that map number 3, but now we bring LOT Gaming back to full strength.
First instance I've seen of him. As of right now, odd position to join round 3, and Marcos Gaming taking full advantage of that with bomb plant over here on the B side and able to get this post plant down. It is a 2v2. That 5th player you see for them at the bottom of your screen is either not here or is fully AFK. So this is a 2v2 to keep in mind. It's Defaulter on the site, and then right here is Zero Cool trying to take the other fight towards main. But seeing both players, they're actually going to back away. They don't have a kit. They're actually running towards spawn, and they're running straight to McGill's. McGill's is here! He has the 8K!
He came back. He came back at the right time. Oh, McGill's puts that one down. Couple of chuckles around the board. Marcos Gaming, 3 rounds in a row. Okay, Manu M, or Manum. Gonna have to wait for pronunciation.
It's Manum.
And pardon me if I get it wrong. Okay, Manum was a sub for LOT, but did not play any matches prior to this with LOT, at least inside of the league. So, Deagle's in the hand of a couple of these players. Looks like they want to get aggressive through mid, where Ryder is waiting, and so is the rest of this crew. Excellent work sweeping away that. And now only 2 players left. LOT. CZ, 5-7.
Zero Cool with 1. Craze, I've seen him do crazy things with a CZ before, but is this going to be one of those? Question? No. Absolutely not. Zero Cool will find a 2-piece. Marcos Gaming will find a very clean 4th flawlessly. We're already seeing $10,000 on McGill's with just below 3 for Ryder off the op purchase. This is a must-win round for LOT. Now that they have 5 players, they've got to win this.
Must-win map, must-win rounds. See if they can get their first one. Nice start there from Craze. M4 at the ready. Goes a little bit deeper, and Ryder yet again sitting on a pedestal with this golden AWP. R2B2 watching the swing yet again, and that's going to be nice for LOT to hold their advantage.
McGill's wanted to try and clear R2B2 out of that, but didn't have the opportunity because R2B2 just backed away. LOT, back in the group stage, were very good with disengaging when it was advantageous for them, and this is one of those situations. Re-engagement as a team, Manum and R2B2 both swing down the B ramp, and then they both, simply enough, back away. This is an odd position for Marcos. They have to retake mid if they want to try and split something. They have to take one of the 2 main sides. A would be a little easier. And they have an op, which could be good, but could also just be an Achilles heel. Let's see which one it is for Ryder. It's the Achilles heel.
Defaulter, 1 versus 4. 45 seconds. Bomb in hands. R2B2 says no, sir. And, okay, so here we go. First round on the board for LOT Gaming. I am on board with the LOT Gaming comeback now. With Manum into the roster, what does he bring? Because Suxi, as a player, you know, back on Overpass as well, one thing that he brought was a lot of the transitional consistency for LOT Gaming, the rotational pressure for this team as well. And wasn't really a pop-up player for sure, but he got the job done. So can Manum do that as well? Mishu, first off, has to stay alive. Going to drop a smoke over towards Donut. Zero Call looking for red room control. Can Mishu get anything more out of this? Do they have the read on Zero Cool? It doesn't seem like anybody's going to get this one, and he just walks right through Manum, unaware of the possibility. 2 down for LOT.
And the problem is they could just split A from 3 separate angles. It'll be a trident of an attack, and the first prong will stab Mishu through the heart. Kara finding that kill, and it's really just 1 left alone in the A site. That should do it on the round. 1v4 here for R2. You see clutch potential. But as the smoke dissipates, Zero Cool will take full advantage of the current smoke mechanics in Global Offensive rather than CS2 and take a well-deserved second kill in the round. Oh,
I like the call for mid control yet again, TTL. But this time, Marcos throws a little bit of deeper flash, and it catches both players on LOT. So I think that was just a really heads-up play from LOT to read that aggression for themselves. They're going to get caught this time. Flash, McGill's blind, still walks with the kill. I don't know how Mishu lets that happen.
And the problem is they've given up basically the entirety of Donut and the A site. They have taken A main control, sure. WD's walking up there. And they've actually retaken some of the A site as well, but no, McGill's, there's him dropping Craze. Double up on the T side is working. And a flank in through mid will easily be detected because Ryder is still here. The flank being now set up in through A main should be heard by the Donut players. They'll be well aware of it. And this retake going to be difficult. R2B2 finds one, but there's McGill's right back with one of his own.
Ryder's going to be burning alive. Manum, don't think he hears the tick of damage. Spring through the smoke's going to land. Still the same way. WD goes down. Now it's all up to the new kid on the block. AK upgraded. Kara denies it. 6 rounds from Marcos Gaming. And yeah, I mean, such a big missed opportunity there from LOT Gaming. You have to be aware of the possibility of the rush through Donut. The control was there. They gave it up. WD was getting all the information, nothing A main. That was the only possibility for Marcos Gaming. And I don't know who it was who got a little bit ahead of things, but whoever was playing from CT spawn needed to drop a smoke onto Donut. What is this? What is this?
The Molotov misses. They just got 2 guns for free, and they're still running it through. It almost works. Ryder barely lives. We have gotten corrected, by the way. Thank you very much, Loki, our producer. It is Manu M. Apologies to Manu M. Read it incorrectly, so our bad on that one. Mainly my bad for recorrecting Colin. But in the meantime, Marcos Gaming have now retaken 2 of those kills. They have CT spawn control because, you know, why not, I guess. They still don't have mid, but apparently it's not going to matter. Ryder's sitting at the bottom of mid, but he's being flanked and Bino is aware of it. Craze has no clue and still wins the fight because that's just par for the course. It'll be a man advantage. R2B2 has a kit, and everybody alive has a rifle. Somehow.
McGill's, though, absent the start of Overpass since then. Done only better. First one's going to be good. Defaulter on the cross. Defaulter. Marcos Gaming, it's the train that just cannot stop. And yes, I mean, you look back at the start of this round, it was just pistols for LOT Gaming. So all in all, quite the W for themselves to get those initial couple of kills. Mishu literally was trying to cook there. But the adaptation from Marcos Gaming to pivot back over towards A, get that bomb planted, and play over towards the CT side, McGill's and Defaulter couldn't have played that any better.
Minus the pistol there for, I believe it was Craze who was running through A main into mid. Everybody alive had a rifle and armor, so that was more than an equitable fight on both sides. Manu M finds one of his own, looking for a second, but he over-aggresses to his own demise. And that's the B site falling. The difficult aspect of this now here for Marcos is finding CT control, which Kara has done a decent job of already, and getting this bomb down safely. They'll avoid the spray for the time being and fully bait over this rotation. The question is, how much do they see? There's a swing from Craze. He finds the first kill, and Ryder's on the site with an op. Less than ideal to say the very least, and he misses the first shot. Even worse. I don't know how in the world that shot missed. He must have been moving. But in the end, it won't matter. LOT Gaming will be Braziled and go down 7-1, but they'll pick up their second.
I want to replay on that op. That shot should not have missed.
He definitely hit it.
That's bogus.
That would have
right
hit
here.
CS2. That would have hit CS2. He was still moving.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's like an instance where he just nudges a little bit to the left, and I think that's what causes it, but you're right, CS2, if this was the updated engine, that hits, 100%. Unfortunate for Ryder, but fortunate enough for LOT, 2 rounds for them to work with. Now Mishu, through the smoke, takes down Kara. They've lost cat control, so Mishu, I think he has to go a little bit deeper, hops up to Xbox, and Molotov, smokes, blocking this off, still gets the kill. Mishu doing a lot for the team, but Zero Cool brings it right back.
And at this point, it's about as even as things get. Manu M is going to retake ramp control over towards B. Does this get cleared? If you're Marcos, you've only cleared one player on B. You have to presume there's another one, but the question is, where have they run off to? Are they playing safe? Are they rotating around? It seems like they're worried about a flank, and correctly so. Does this get cleared? It does! Defaulter is a knower. And now what do Marcos do? They have so many options. Donut control is theirs. They have Catwalk, they have Jaguar, and it seems like they want to go to A, but Craze is aware of that possibility, and he's rotated himself in towards Temple.
Yeah, this could definitely be the positioning that stunts this round.
He's gonna die.
Marcos
He's gonna
Gaming,
die.
And now Craze gonna beat him out. Gets the ball plant though. Craze finds the second one. Still no idea on where Zero Cool is. Ryder in the 1v1 for the site. The AK through the box is prolonged, but Ryder still walking away. WD up in hand. Over towards Donut, making a lot of noise. Molotov, is it gonna spread? Not long enough.
Yes.
With the P250, Ryder's burning alive. Ryder's gonna be down. Now it's Temple. Bomb smoked off. Zero Cool out through Temple. Drop is gonna be heard. Takes the
He's
shot.
sticking it.
He's sticking it. He's sticking it out.
He dies.
No, he didn't get it.
He's going alive.
What was that round?
That is the definition of we're back. It's Jover. We're back. It's Jover. We're back. It's so Jover. This is as close as it could have gotten. Bomb planted by milliseconds. Kill here for Ryder narrowly. He then gets Molotov. I don't know how in the world that extended as far as it did, but he takes like 90 damage to a Molotov. Smoke defuse attempted. I thought he stuck it all the way through. And the narrowest of margins, the re-swing from Zero. And we've already found an opening kill. It's a B rush because why not? And Marcos Gaming have gotten the B site. I cannot believe these couple of rounds. What is going on in the House of Parliament?
Wouldn't you like to know? Save round for LOT. Yeah, I mean, what do you do? What do you do? You're hoping for maybe like what, 9-5 half now?
It's gotta be, right? I mean, that's best case scenario. What's probably gonna happen is like 11-4, most likely. I mean, you have no money.
I want to tip my hat to Manu M. I mean, coming into Ancient round number 3, inserting yourself into a roster that has been firing on all cylinders today.
Oh,
he has shown quite the dynamic mindset. Yeah, you lose the rifle there, tough scenes, but you hold 2 into the next round. Hero rifles, do we get a buy-up? Yeah, it looks like there is going to be a buy-up here for these players. So LOT looking to brush up in the CT side, see if they can end on the front foot. But yeah, again, tip of the hat to Manu M for jumping into this team and still providing a dynamic mindset, I would say, in a tough situation. Ryder misses the shot.
How does he live?
No way, but R2B2.
And WD finds one too. R2B2's still swinging. He has 8 bullets and doesn't care. He's now down to like 5 bullets, and Defaulter's walking in on him. This is a 1v1 for the site, a bomb plant most likely. He wins that at least. This now becomes an attainable 1v3. Bomb plant hearing WD run forward, but the problem is he's been baited out. WD still adjusts. Defaulter could have stuck the bomb plant and then taken the fight, but instead goes for the aggressive play. LOT get away with highway robbery in the B site. R2B2 more specifically, that's their third.
I mean, it's just, right now it's a symphony of back and forth action. And the orchestrator, R2B2, he's been on that podium for quite a while. What a spray down onto the first 2. And he catches Ryder with the utility in his hands. So that third one was as free as you could ask for. Just some good timing. And WD, what more to say other than when he has an op in his hand, he's looked incredible. Missed the start of this round, but it was a 2-for-1 trade. Zero Coal looking for that A site, denied by Craze. Defaulter finally going to break through, but still with limited success. It is A main control, question mark, 2 versus 2. Manu M is here.
He has always been seen. Missed op shot, reswung, still wins the first fight. Second as well, he needs to win this or get out. He chooses the latter, and he now has help. Flash over the top, but it's a team flash. Somehow Manu M, even while flashing himself a little bit, is able to reswing with the AK. Defaulter dies. LOT Gaming, again, a round where it was too close for comfort, yet one they come out on top of. I was talking about 11-4 being more than likely. Now a 9-6 is not out of the realm of normality.
Not at all. Not at all. First things first, can you win an anti-eco? Here comes the marching onslaught.
What?
That is Marcos Gaming. Yeah, they get through. Mac 10, AK.
Oh no.
Numbers still towards LOT when the dust settles. Bomb down 2. Oh, it's just trying to look for anything that you can get to find your way back into it.
Oh my gosh. Look at the rotation.
If your
He's at
defaulter is
spawn.
1 versus 3, and yeah. Full rotation coming out from Mishu. Defaulter has no idea. Let it happen.
Let it happen. He's gonna die from sight, or he's gonna get knifed. That's all there is to it. Defaulter knows one could be here, but he's walking in. He will clear one. He go there. Mishu's walking behind him. Decides better than holding the trigger and will indeed lock in the round. That was chaotic again, though. The anti-eco almost worked, but the bomb wasn't able to cross. Mishu cuts them off from catwalk. You'll see this on the map at the top of your screen. No, we did switch to it in time. And then he just runs. He throws utility and then just runs for the hills and goes to spawn. And because of it, he's able to reflank. This is a nuts round for Mishu to find 3.
Fantastic round from LOT Gaming. They found their way back. Welcome to map 3, LOT Gaming. Yes, they are 4 rounds down, but look impeccable. Galil's Mac 10s. It is the slaughterhouse of the A site. WD still hitting off shots.
Wow.
Stuck back over towards Donut.
He's 1 bullet.
How good. 1 bullet might be all you need, though.
I reloaded.
Kara's found his way through Temple. WD hits the second shot. And UM is going to find Kara 6-9 at the half. What a way to end that if you're LOT Gaming. Down bad going into map number 3. But here comes Manu M to the rescue to restabilize the mentality of this team.
I gotta be honest, I'm in shock watching LOT bring all 4 of those last rounds back. And not only because of the clutch potential that was there, but because of how consistently they were able to bring it in. Now, them calling a timeout, this is just to rub it in, and to make sure you have your pistol round strat ironed out. This is a question mark now for Marcos Gaming. What do you do? Obviously, it's a pistol round, just run what you usually would, most of the time. Dualies for Defaulter, my favorite weapon in the game, because there's 2 of them, and more weapons equals more fun, and, you know, trigger fingers are a little better with those types of semi-autos. Anyway, LOT Gaming, I think this is another situation where if they win and can just progress like they have the last few rounds, they can build momentum, because now that they have all 5, sky's the limit. Or the skybox is the limit.
Yeah, at least. Manu M coming into this roster is definitely a huge wrench into the ideas of Marcos Gaming, because if you studied up onto this team, you got no idea who this player is or what kind of a playstyle he's going to bring. He's been sitting on the bench the whole time. This is a Wonder Kid story right now that we're seeing for LOT Gaming. The T side is considerably more difficult, so job's not done. Pistol round, plenty of damage done to these 3 players, Manu M, Craze, and R2B2. Below. We're going to clean up. Was Ryder, though Mishu's going to land that shot and opens up an opportunity to head over towards this A-side swarm and collapse. Mishu, will you read towards your right? No, you won't. McGill's to rescue. Tough shots there. And they don't even just miss out on McGill's. It's going to be Kara down as well.
Zirkle coming back, but they still have to clear the entirety of Cave, and Zirkle's taking a 1v1 with a Glock at somewhat close range. Just the burst fire from a distance. Defaulter wins 1, that's all he'll find. Zirkle has no kits, and he has no info. B2 is still waiting towards the ramp. He'll find the kill. LOT will find the pistol. Timeout. Very well utilized. Surprisingly enough, that is the first timeout that we've had called in a tactical fashion thus far today.
Yeah, this is like the only real timeout we've had. Needed, I'd say, for Marcos Gaming. They've had their bell rung, but didn't even get enough when it comes down to kills or defuse, so... Stuck with the scout. I've seen him do it before. Kara, nice shots with the 5-7. Damage on the WD as well.
That's really good progression for this round, and you can see Ryder still playing with the Scout. Will not be able to really play off the back of it. I like the decision to still wield nades. Doesn't land, but the thought process was there, and it still is here on this A side as well. You can see, as of right now, it's 0 cool to 5-7 close range. You talked about the damage done earlier. That's all it will be, damage to right helmet outlines that kill you talked. But... 0 cool still here. Smoke dropped at nearly the perfect time, and LOT, backing away, reevaluating once more.
Yeah, nothing decided just yet. Defaulter's found his way into Donut. Bomb rotating back through mid. R2B2 lurking. A main. Maybe gonna make a little bit of noise, but no, here comes the bomb. They want to go back towards A. Here comes the smokes over towards B. It's a flake, and they totally fell for it. 3 players have rotated over towards B.
No way.
Defaulter now known. He's going to have a Galil to work with. It has to be Defaulter or it's nothing.
And the problem is, when does Marcos realize it's a fake? That smoke was thrown 19 seconds ago or so. It's already dissipated, and they should hear everything moving in. Does Defaulter not get cleared for the second time? That's the real question. If he at least wins this fight, he's in a much better position. He does not get cleared from the backside of Donut, and still has the Galil to work with. His teammates finally rotating in, but it's going to be a very one-dimensional retake. 1v3 here for R2B2, playing on the backside of the main box. But does he get found on the backside of Temple? He does by the headshot of the Deagle. Marcos Gaming will find double digits. You guessed it, off the back of an eco.
Would you have it any other way?
No,
absolutely Would you have it any other way? In the way that this league has been going over the past 7 days. I swear, I want to know if there's stats for these streams being capped. If somebody is locating these numbers, I want to know the eco round conversion. Because it has been crazy over the past 7 days. Defaulter makes that, though. The whole fact that Defaulter gets 2 kills there is criminal. They should have cleared that together before the bomb even came close to going down. But they give him the chance, they give him the time of day, and he wakes the team back up.
This is an arguably overinvestment from LOT, all things considered as well. They're trying to take advantage of the fact that Marcos Gaming will not have a full buy in this round. But they weren't gambling on how much Marcos saved over. You can see the AK, 2 Galils, only requiring 2 bot M4s. Everybody has armor, 2 kits, and utility as well. This will be an attempted late B rush, it seems, on the back of flashes. The problem is, Miguel's still here. He finds
they're
one.
Fighting.
A second from Mishu with a deagle. Do they clear Defaulter? The smoke in front of him should dissipate in the next few seconds. But the question is, when does he activate? Very patient he is, and he'll hear that disengagement, but does Manuem know he's still tucked? He seems to be aware of the possibility, and he gets swung at the worst possible time.
Doesn't know, now backed up over towards...
What a nade!
Side. One player left, nice at a Defaulter, ice cold throughout this best of 3. Whether it's Overpass, Mirage, or Ancient, Defaulter, he is the absolute closer for this team. 11 rounds going to be reached for Marcos Gaming. A valiant effort from LOT. Mishu putting the Deagle to work to open that site up. But yeah, like you said, Defaulter unchecked. The smoke put in a perfect spot. Just gets away, and some poor time from Manu M.
Marcos, a concerning position that they've put LOT in now. We said ecos can win you games, ecos can bring you back. Zero's gonna drop that smoke. He should be rushed off the back of this, and is. He only finds one. His only support currently occupies Donut, but Kara smartly will actually back away and decide to just fight off the back of a secondary engagement. He does so, and then just hides. WD, the only M4 that was retrieved from the dead body of Zero Cool, is stuck inside of the temple. He's quickly taken care of. Neat and tidy from Marcos. Nice 2-piece from Kara, nice 2 from McGill's, 12-7.
I will say, I've been a big fan of LOT since Manu M has joined the server. That round, way too one-dimensional. No thought put into it. It seemed like they just had the idea to run it down and see if they can bully their way onto site. And it just does not work. Marcos Gaming, they're still playing dynamic. They're still changing it up and strategizing around your playstyle. Things like that just won't work going forward.
Mid-rush this time. Oh, and they get so lucky. Mushu gets gambled out, but somehow Zero Cool comes back with 3! He just swings out a donut and finds 3 kills, and then he goes back to A without making a single sound. He's aware that A main's occupied, but does he know that R2B2 was walking in through mid? Does he clear this? He does not, and he gets caught off. But the question is, do they know Defaulter's here? They have no clue! Marcos Gaming stepping up at every single gauntlet, and they're making every hurdle look easy.
You say Marcos Gaming, I say Defaulter. This guy is ice cold. Nothing gets past him. You shall not pass. You don't pass go. You won't collect $200. Straight to jail on that one. 7 rounds still for LOT. Marcos, what a big round to win there. Back onto a 4 spy. 2 Galils, an AK, 2 flashes, a smoke.
You see that pop flash? That's one to write down for ranked games. Keep that in mind. Maybe one as well. LOT have just walked in through mid and stolen guns. They now have a full buy, basically. Counter-Strike is a game of all time, that's for sure. There's a second player here, and WD loses that fight.
Way.
How does he do that? Zero Cool has won 3 or 4 gunfights in the past 2 rounds that he shouldn't have, getting 5 total kills, and basically single-handedly taking sounds.
Gilso's still in cave, too.
Of course
Has made 0 noise. R2B2 gonna walk blindly across this corner.
Oh, no.
Do it.
Oh no! Oh no!
He can't keep getting away with it! I heard the tick. They're typing.
He's typing in chat.
He's so mad.
Oh, he's been
Defaulter.
seen. Oh, they have all the info. He's so dead.
it.
There's no way Mushu survives this. Flash
Pop
to make him look
flash
in
out.
the direction, and he's dead. Yeah. Okay. LOT's punching the air right now while down by 7 rounds.
I mean, you deserve that.
I mean, I would have done it too. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't care the stakes. If I see that, I'm going for the knife.
Nice to see there's a little bit of humor still in the server after all the time we've spent together. Still the first semifinal of the day. Marcos Gaming 2 rounds away from putting it away. Again, it has me thinking, what if? Smokes are down, out we go,
gosh.
burning to a crisp. Defaulter is ripping and tearing through them. Craze throws a lifeline, but it's already gone.
Defaulter just did like 400 damage, maybe like 350 or so, but still, what in the world is going on in mid? It's a 1v3 for R2B2, and if anybody was to be in the clutch scenario, I suppose it would be him. The problem is he has to swing into 3 separate players. He gets 1 kill, sure, but I mean, look at the economy. It doesn't really matter for Marcos Gaming. What happens here in mid? They all walk into a Molotov, a nade beforehand, 3 players basically die to the Molotov, and then he does 50 more damage to Craze. I think he did like 358 damage in that round. Maybe a little less, depending on whether the donut player got some damage done.
22 and 10 for Defaulter.
What is
20
this
kills
smoke?
for Zero Cool.
Bro, what a lineup.
Well, they scrounged up whatever they can. They've really scraped the bottom of the barrel for this round. McGill's a little bit way overzealous, but again, it's a mountain that you're climbing right now. If you're LOT, Man UM has found his way through to cave, maybe even onto this B site. Middle control, crossfire set up for Marcos Gaming. Other than that, it's Defaulter alone. At B, sorry, Defaulter for mid. Mishu gets both.
Save the op. Jam time. 1v5?
They're gone already. They're just gone.
Wait
2.
a second.
Flash out. Wraps the other way. Smoke. Blocks him off. Another flank coming in. Ryder. No read on what's about to come. And even look at that. R2B2. Time of day just isn't in there. Ryder on 20 HP. P250. Edge of the smoke. should be turning around. Back into this one. Has the kit, but other than that, looking to save the up, and who's around the corner? It's his time for the knife!
Yes!
He's been waiting for it! Look at it, he's just making sure. He's like, are you dead? You're not going to turn around? You're not going to shoot me? Okay, cool.
Second time's the charm. You can also see this. Watch. Ryder finds the first kill, and then he swings for the second, noting that Mishu finds this refrag, or is looking for this refrag, and as soon as he does, watch the more passive nature of LOT set in. Everybody stops, slows down, stops aggressing. R2B2, I think more importantly, he could have gone for that flank. He could have activated, but instead he plays passive, realizes there's no real need for it, and then, just to add insult to injury, stabs Ryder, as he should. Second attempt was there, and then it's the rush through mid again. 2-for-2 trade with lesser weaponry from ROG Gaming, because why not?
Yeah,
and
exactly.
we're in a 3v3.
Yeah, and you're just sitting there, arms out, huh? Question marks
that
everywhere.
Physically has been me on 5 separate
this.
occasions.
Kara,
The bomb's in.
is there anything
Where's the
to
bomb?
pick up? Is there anything to pick up at all? Yeah, where is the bomb?
There's an AK. Oh, he's been seen. He's been seen. Oh, he's dead. Okay.
Unlucky, bruv. Back over towards T side is where the bomb is going to be sitting. It looks like R2B2 is going to collect that. Ryder, MP9.
Yeah.
And Manuem says no. Not this time. No. Okay. Maybe this is the difference. Maybe Manuem is the anti-eco reaper.
Will you finally see
has to
eco
be in
rounds
this
go the way
league.
they should be? You know what I found? I found the nastiest weapon for anti-ecos.
Tell me about it.
The XM. The auto shotty.
Forget about it.
Unironically works very well. Because 80% of the time they don't have head armor. Like 50% of the time they don't have body armor. So it's basically just a meat grinder. And it's an auto shotty, so it gives you free money. Ryder.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah, good night.
Yeah, you know, I see where you're going with the XM. But keep it out of my ranked games.
It also works at a much lower rank, to be completely honest, than in the intro level CS.
Not only that, like, you bring out the XM shotgun, it opens... I'm gonna forget I saw that. It opens up the opportunity for other people to bring out the XM shotgun. They're like, oh, hey, if you're gonna bring it out, I'll bring it out. And then, yeah, it worked on the anti-eco, but now you have to deal with it all game.
You know what that sounds like?
Just keep it out of the games.
It sounds like a hell of a skill issue to me.
Just keep it out of the ranked games.
It can fit in my buy menu in CS2, and I have a cool skin for it, so I'm using it. I don't care.
Same with the auto sniper. Keep it out of the ranked games too.
That one definitely agreed. Yeah, that needs to stay out. The 5-7, however, very
like
much
this.
included. If that's a way to end it, could very well come through. They still occupy the B site. Unfortunately, McGill's doesn't have support directly on him, so he is playing a true 1v1. He finds a headshot to do 94 damage, but unfortunately cannot find the kill. The problem is, Ryder occupies the other side of main. Somehow, Defaulter is still sitting in his own spawn, and they may think the A site is mostly clear, which is where the bomb's rotating to. R2B2 has the worst and best possible weapons for this anti-eco, the Tech 9 and the Op, and I don't think they're going to clear out Temple. They may try a bomb plant here with the worst possible player to do it as well. Does the Op hold Temple? That's the question. It doesn't have to. Mishu
No,
finds the
Mishu
kill
got it.
beforehand.
Mishu
It's
has it.
okay. It's fine.
Okay, so... I mean... Doable? Doesn't have a kit, though. No armor, either. No utility. No time. No teammates. I could keep going on this one. R2P2's just watching it on the cross. 11 rounds for LOT, and suddenly, a lot of these LOT fans in chat are huffing that copium.
I honestly can't blame him. Coming back from 15-7 down, 8 straight rounds required. It is now 15-11, so you're halfway there. Cue the music. But Marcos Gaming, at the same time, there have been a lot of promising opportunities for them to show up where they really just haven't. This is one of those opportunities. 3 M4s, an MP9 for Kara, and the op out for Ryder. This is where you need to play the more standard approach to CS. Don't leg it down mid for the 19th time in a row. Make sure you defend what you're supposed to. Everybody has their own way of defending, and in this case, they're just leaving mid mostly for granted. Ryder's holding a pixel angle with the op across from the donut double walls. Oh, he's been seen.
He goes back
He hits
in.
the second shot.
Defaulter through red room. Craze drops. This is fantastic.
How?
I didn't see him. I hardly saw the X-ray.
I was about to say, I have X-ray vision. I barely saw him. I knew what I was looking for, too. That's the scary part. Kara's gonna swing here and die. Yeah, good night.
That's the trade. Equalizer.
That one I look at and say, Marcos Gaming had an advantage. They knew they had damage onto the opper. Why swing as the MP9 from distance there? This has been a situation that's caught Marcos Gaming off multiple times over. Getting overzealous.
Defaulter gets another. It goes down.
Few reasons. Oh my gosh, they swung again.
Smoke off donut, though. You have to.
They don't have a smoke. Oh no, they did just throw it. Does Ryder swing through this? Gamble shot.
No, he
misses.
doesn't. It's McGill's. 23 HP. WD. The savior for LOT Gaming. Just when you thought it was over. Just when you thought it was done. LOT, they endure all the pain, all the suffering, all the issues that has been going on, and you don't even get the op into the next round. When, TTL, do you say their mental is boomed for Marcos Gaming?
I want to know how WD finds this kill. Because first, the swing comes from the top of Catwalk. That one, again, less than ideal, shouldn't have happened. But where does WD find this kill? I was looking at my notepad. Just reswung from Temple? Is that what happened? Had to be. Anyway.
He had to reswing. There's no other way. There's no other option.
B-Rush? Again? 1-for-1.
Eagle again. Defaulter's going to be here. 5-7. Blind. Tough shots there. I think it's the worst pistol shots I've seen all week. Everything else looks like Ryder. Nice little tap away. Goes in for yet another one. A little bit too far ahead of Zero Cool. MP9 hoping and dream to put it away here and now, but it's not happening. 13 rounds for LOT. 2 rounds away from sending us to overtime.
6 of 8. The Deagle stepping up for only 1. The 5-7 on the cross found 1 as well. Defaulter, missed opportunity. He said the worst pistol shots we've seen all week. That's true, but that's also a really high bar, considering how really good the pistol pay has been. I gotta say, Marcos Gaming, they don't have any money. They could have max loss bonus. If they lose this, they've already lost the opening kill. Oh my goodness. They're gonna have FAMASs or MP9s across the board. I cannot understate how bad this may very well be for a team that was winning by 8 rounds.
Like I said, when? When are you boomed mentally? Because for most teams playing at this level, you would like to say never, with the advantage that you have. All you need is 1 round to put it away, but with the absolute resilience, it's got to be frustrating. Look at this rotation. They're falling off. This is an execute over towards A, but everything's heading over towards B, and they don't know.
Oh, and it's perfectly timed. They're rotating back. Kara is here, but will be very delayed in their attempted retake, even if they go for it. Everybody's crossing their T's, dotting their I's. Kara has not been ticked by that Molotov and actually runs in front of it. No noise was made. He wants to re-swing, but Manu M catches him off. And here comes the full re-engagement from Marcos. 1 found, a re-engagement still there for Manu M, who finds his 3rd on the round. And it's Ryder to clutch. Up in hand, certainly possible, but he has to clear out Manu M, and he misses the all-important first shot. He'll switch out for the M4, and he needs to find that kill, but he misses the opportunity for the first. And now he has to re-engage a different way. He does not have a kit currently in his back pocket, nor does he have a smoke. We will see a 30th round.
And who gives it to us? Who else but the substitute for LOT Gaming, Manu M. Standing strong and tall right on the other side of those smokes. stuck in an unwinnable situation. All pressure towards him. He gets it done. One by one, Marcos Gaming are falling slowly but surely. LOT clawing their way back into this game. Now in round 30, one away from pushing us to overtime for a chance at grand finals. What buy do we get out of Marcos Gaming? A FAMAS, an MP9, 3 M4s, and zero, absolute zero utility for the late game.
The fact that they get 3 M4s is honestly okay. They have a kid as well, so there are some thoughts and prayers with this Marcos Gaming side. Oh my goodness. You know, they've gotten unlucky a few times. I suppose they were due. Gambler's mentality finally setting in to the favor of Marcos Gaming as they pick up one. And it's Craze, who's, albeit even, 25 and 26, at least almost even. But still, an opening duel's an opening duel.
To B2, up in hand, tip of the spear. I'm rotating over through mid. Donut's gonna get smoked off. If R2 B2 gets this kill. Deep. Timing's not in his hand. Ryder's gonna get it done. That's the red light on the other side of this one. It's zero. Cool. This could be it. So far, has they crawled towards the finish line? Have they crawled over towards overtime? Issue 1 versus 3. It's just not there. LOT Gaming, it's a valiant effort. They take us far, but they don't take us all the way. Our winners of our first semifinal, Marcos Gaming. A long drawn battle, a hard fought one indeed. Our first grand finalists.
Ever so narrow of the margins for error, Marcos Gaming fitting right in the middle. A 15-7 lead being brought all the way down to 15-14. And at the last hurdle, LOT trip and fall and Marcos Gaming capitalize off of aggression and just unexpected pop-off potential from the squad. They step up. And I suppose when you need to most, they show up. It's a wild way to close out a very long best of 3, but it's an important one for Marcos. That's at least an extra $140, if not more than that. I think it is more, or 15,000 rupees, plus the opportunity to play for 10,000 more rupees. Pretty important matchup, if I do say so myself.
Just one step closer to being a champion too for the league. Marcos Gaming, I don't know how to feel towards the end of this game. I'll say time to light. One thing that has impressed me wholeheartedly is LOT Gaming. I know they're going to fall here inside of 4th place, our first team to fall inside of our playoffs. But before we start really getting into Marcos Gaming and how well they bounce back after that map number 1, I need to talk about LOT and just how impressed I am with them and how these players should definitely not look at this as a missed opportunity, but a point proven for, future leagues to come.
Yeah, they belong here. They played the first 2 rounds down in a 4v5. They had Menuem join after a tech pause. After losing 16-6 on Mirage because they lost their 5th player due to power and internet outage issues, just to come back from a massive deficit that, albeit, was well earned by the other side. But it's one of those situations where you have the mental fortitude to stick around in not only a best of 3, but in a single map like that. Credit where credit is due. LOT looked good, but just that final round, that'll come back to haunt them.
It will. It's a little bit ahead of themselves. I mean, you can't win them all. It's a hard conversation to make. It's a hard thing to ask for that comeback to actually happen. They were doing good, but like I said, leading into that last round, it's like, when is your mental boomed for Marcos Gaming? When are you falling behind? And they never felt like they were out of it. And for most teams, that is the answer. You never feel like you're out of it. You only need to put away 1 round, and in the end, they get it done. They stop the bleeding. They stopped the comeback, and they pushed to the grand finals. That's important for Marcos Gaming for sure, not only because they're in the grand finals, but because they don't allow that comeback to send us to overtime. I don't know what kind of a game we would get if it did go to overtime. That's a whole different story. That's a whole different game. It's literally a different server in general that we'd be playing in. Not quite literally, but when it comes down to the mentality that you're going into that overtime with, for both of them. So let's look at the scoreboard. Let's dive a little bit deeper into the story that is Marcos Gaming, because this is a team that heads into Overpass, LOT's map pick, without McGill's. Internet issues plagued them towards the start. They were slow getting the ball rolling. Towards the end of Overpass, I saw this team firing on all cylinders. They looked great until heading into Mirage. That was a tough beginning to a map. They're throwing a lifeline, losing out on Suxi from Legends of Tomorrow. Gives them that 5 versus 4. A little bit of taste of their own medicine goes a long way for that map number 2. And it brings them into an Ancient where they start off strong. Even with Manu M into the roster of LOT, Marcos Gaming, they never give up. They prevail towards the end. And you can look towards 2 very key players across all 3 maps to get it done. Defaulter and Zero Cool stepping up for the team individually and never stopping the good fight across this best of 3. I have to say Defaulter indeed too. So many rounds on Ancient should have gone to Legends of Tomorrow, but Defaulter stopped it. 1 versus 2s always go to Defaulter if he's the last alive.
And again, credit where credit is due. LOT involved themselves much more than I originally thought they would at the start of this game. I thought if it started as a 4v5, this game was over. I didn't think they were going to be able to get that 5th. Mishu stepped up, Craze stepped up, and Manu M, even though they went 15 and 21, they had some massive pop-off potential. It's an odd position for him to be in, sure, joining 3rd map of a best of 3 in an odd position for the team because you had to give up a 16-6 Mirage. But it's one of those situations where Manu M stepped up when the clutch situations were put in front of him. The lack of consistency, I think, for him overall is really what came back to bite the Legends of Tomorrow, because they could have had more rounds in the earlier stages of the game, but it just really wasn't to be. In the end, it is a win for Marcos Gaming. 16-14 comes down to the wire, but it is indeed a win in the last possible round.
And now you get to, take a back foot, quick little rest, nap it out, have a sleep, and head into tomorrow, brand new team. For Marcos Gaming, I think one big key takeaway for this team heading into tomorrow, heading into this grand final, is something that I brought up after that Mirage. Overpass might not have been an asterisk for LOT, but that Mirage is 100% an asterisk for the likes of Marcos Gaming. Heading into that grand finals, there's plenty you need to clean up, especially if you're going to be playing against, the winner of Firedup Gaming and God's Reign, 2 teams that have been fantastic throughout the season so far. I'm just not as confident for Marcos Gaming as I was heading into this playoffs, and they're going to have something to prove tomorrow if they want to be our champions. But we got our semifinal number 2 on the horizon, time to light. We're finally done with our first semifinal. Firedup Gaming versus God's Reign. It's going to be a fun one. Let's take a quick break, step back, get these players into the lobby. We'll see you guys with some more CSPL. Welcome back, everybody, to the CSPL. We got our second semifinals ready to go. However, couple of stipulations jumping into it. Match number 1 was unfortunately forfeit from Firedup Gaming, so we're going into map number 2 with a map advantage to God's Reign, the team that we already had our eyes up to be the tip of the top of the competition here in the CSPL. So it's getting pretty exciting things as we wind down our Saturday action. Time to light as we head into the second semifinal. How are you feeling?
I'm a little disappointed that we're not going to get map number 1. We can actually take a look at the map videos to figure out what map we are missing out on. You'll figure out why. I'm a little upset that we're missing map number 1 in just a few seconds. Notably,
hear that.
As far as I'm aware, it was the choice of God's Reign. So yeah, it was God's Reign's map selection. So the first map will go their way. They chose it. So I believe all that's expected will indeed go towards their side. We can see Firedup Gaming taking on God's Reign. Scoreline is already 1-0 God's Reign, with the first map, as we'll see in just a second, going their way. While we have a second, I also want to give a massive shout out to all of our partners working with us throughout the entirety of this event. Our media partner, AFK Gaming, our radio partner, MyFM, our community partner, Clan, who is also running a giveaway in chat. Drop your favorite team name with a hashtag and your clan username for a chance to win 100,000 clan coins. Our streaming partner, GeoGamesWatch, and our smart lock screen partner, Glance. And unfortunately, the map we're missing, Ancient. That is a shame.
Ancient over towards God's Reign. Game number 2, map number 2 already underway. Fired Up Gaming now with their roster all in the lobby. Albeit, Long Barrel seems like there was a little bit of issues with the team after yesterday. Long Barrel has been dropped, 11 taking his place, and now is 11 going to be the change to take them past God's Reign. Clouda, Ember, they deny. Champ, Robin trying to fight back. Still, God's Reign walking advantage in this round. Pistol looking to be good as ever and locked in for this team.
Efficient one, to say the very least, there for God's Reign. They were aware of the possibility of the B rush. Nade hit. They had a flank set up just in case as well, courtesy of, I believe, Revan. So all in all, a fairly clean round and some redundancy available there for God's Reign. There was a little risk taking those 1v1-ish gunfights with Robin on the backside of the bench. Could have been bad. In the end, was not, and they'll win it. No bomb plant either for Fired Up, so you can see barely any money spent. I see a Deagle and a P250 bot, and that's about all she wrote in terms of purchases.
I think there's one thing to say about God's Reign and a team and why I am so confident in this team being at the top of the ladder when it does come down to the CSPL. One thing is their eco rounds are quite flawless most of the time. You know, you rarely see them losing out to these pistols. It gives them a lot more success in the long run, and a lot more consistency down to these rounds. But at the same time, it's just the way that they play off of each other, whether it's a mistake or whether it is meant to be. You always see God's Reign making the right choices.
Interestingly enough, there's a mid-smoke. That is not where that smoke's supposed to go, by the way, when you're trying to set up that one-way. Because it just doesn't really do anything for you. Most of the time, if you want to set up a one-way, you put it on the ledge there. A B-rush instead, though, is they just use the window smoke as a fake, and it works fairly well. Finn already falling, and Revan's going to have to measure their aggression for the time being. Already taking 70 damage because of that swing. In a full rotation, all 4 players are going to come in through market. This is a dimensional retake, and I'll make it 3 players. What? Why does Clouda stick around there? Everybody else was saving, everybody else was running away. Clouda still takes shots through the market window just to end up losing their M4, and Ember's going to have to save an MP9?
It's hard to retake it, for sure. I'm not sure why you stick around at that chance. Maybe he's just confident that he's going to get something. For sure, a question mark from our ends.
Efficient round victory, though. Fired Up Gaming will take their first round, and they do so with all 5 players alive. Nice for their money, considering the first 2 rounds not going their way. On the other side, God's Reign, this is not a round where you want to overly invest, but it's not, you could say, oh, this is an absurd round to try to retake. This will be your first real gun round, considering your bonus attempt in the previous. We're also seeing an M4A4 for probably the first time in the tournament. Nobody uses it in CSGO. 1.6 and 2.0, it is now seeing some more play, but it's still less favored, we'll say.
100%. New favorite? You like it?
I am an A4 fan in CS2. I do not like the A4 in CSGO. Which basically just means I'm bad.
Crazy
timing.
gamer. Is he gonna get it? He does.
Is.
Nice
He's
check
a
there.
knower.
Okay. Oh, he is 100% a knower.
That was the only A site pressure as well there for Firedup Gaming. Nobody else is on the A side of the map. I think the closest was Champ, and he just moved all the way over into spawn to set up a window smoke. A very late window smoke, a minute into the round. This is just so Nick Ace can try and set up that mid control and maybe a B or A split. There's a lot of options here, all things considered, for Firedup, but the problem is those options are going to be severely limited the longer they take, and Ember has just walked into kitchen, and they're none the wiser. No way he gets cleared. Yeah, easy kill.
3 versus 5 on site. Ember still gonna just back up into apps, let the rest of the team take care of business on the inside. Clouda has been a brick wall. And Ace has nowhere to go. Nowhere to go at all. Eventually, Ace is going to have to either save this rifle, tuck away in the corner, or take one of these fights. And it seems like he thought he could get the better of Clouda, but like I said, brick wall, you're not getting past him.
Important aspect of that round as well, similar for Firedup Gaming the previous, God's Reign keep all 5 players alive regardless of their investment. And Revan upgraded from the MP9 to the AK, so even if Firedup Gaming reinvested into this round, which they should have the money to do so, it'll be a full buy plus some for God's Reign, and they'll have some money left over. So this could be a situation where each team, if they consistently win dominantly, round after round, and they trade them, it could be back and forth buys a few rounds over. There in mid, Revan goes 1-for-1 with Champ, dropping Reaper Monster himself. And all in all, you'll take that for God's Reign.
100%. Of course you'll take that. It is going to slow down this attack. Slow down the T side. And they're kind of back to step 1 and having to find another entry just onto one of these sites, whether it be the B site or the A site. You gotta be careful too, because with this push over the ramps, exiting out of jungle, Clouda now on site. So heads up from Firedup Gaming, heads up play to disengage from that, rotate back over towards apartments. See if you can execute onto B, get this bomb down. There we go, smokes out.
Rotation's mostly here, and there's an apartment plan being set up. Underpass was just taken. Somehow the switch for the headshot lands, but Champ will still survive. Clouda wants to push through this, wants to try and deny the bomb plant, but is unsuccessful, and gives away their own life for it. Keep an eye on the flank from Finn, though. If they are not seen, they could activate at the perfect time, but they are indeed seen. No kill found, but Crazy Gamer finds one through the smoke, and Finn caught as they swing through the balcony. Crazy Gamer needs a near miracle, has a kit, and has a second kill, but will think better of it. Even with both players on just low HP, each of them are really one-shot, he decides better of it, and will actually get caught with his knife out.
Fantastic round for Firedup Gaming. Second round going to be acquired as they are putting up a fight here on Mirage. Lovely call from the IGL to execute over towards B. Nice smokes, too, laid down. As soon as Ember gets caught through Catwalk, I figured the round was going to be done. Finn had to do everything on that flank, and because he was shut down, there's just no time and no really way for Crazy Gamer to really swing things back into his side. Revan, what a bold play, 360? No! The fact that he was able to shoot that, though.
If he doesn't drop off of that high ground, the landing inaccuracy doesn't hit him, and he actually kills 2 people there. But because he drops from the high ground, landing inaccuracy in CSGO is a little bit longer, than most other first-person shooters, or really any other first-person shooters, depending on which ones you play. So he still doesn't have the... This comes back to bite him. Robin swings out. Molotov thrown to under. May be able to get a clearance there, but the smoke immediately dropped on top of it, and he actually smokes himself off. In the meantime, Finn finds 1-for-1 just the same. But do they clear Crazy Gamer, who's just tucked, patiently waiting under Palace?
Thus settles 3v3. Still under Palace. They should know this, especially considering utility being thrown. Robin should hear that. They pivot over towards B. If they do, God's Reign be there. This kill could mean everything. Robin's gonna get it. And now God's Reign so disconnected from the play over towards A, expecting that Palace control to be in Crazy Gamer's hands. Now Champ can put this whole thing to rest. Ember, another chance to make or break this round for Jungle. Does he get checked? He does. Champ may have just given Firedup Gaming the tie here inside of their T side.
Cloud on the flank, though. If he was 3 seconds earlier, he could have denied the bomb plant. He knows one's still Palace. He heard that earlier. He heard the utility. The second player is unknown, but the presumption is over towards Connector, and he's correct. He's swinging it. He's going for this fight. Champ needs to back away. Champ needs to run for the hills, but he doesn't. A true 1v1, but Clouded does not have the time, nor does he have a defuse kit unless he finds one sitting on the ground, and he gets caught at the worst possible time. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Tactical First-Person Shooters and Timing. Name a more iconic duo, as it ends up costing God's Reign the round.
You talked about it back on Overpass. Not a lot of people are going to be thinking about it as a viewer, as a player, you know, casually throughout the game. The internal clock in these players' minds, I mean, it's etched into the brains of every single CSGO player who has been playing for the past decade or so. And right there, you see it coming to hand. Just to check that, swing it. He's caught with the gun out of his hand, swapping over towards the M4 A4. And now Firedup Gaming have found their way back in by way of force. Early kill, picked up by 11, traded out by the USP of Finn. Crazy Gamer's got a deagle through underpass, and they have no idea. Have yourself an AK, sir.
He wants to refight this as well. He doesn't have help, that's the problem. Robin actually finds that kill through the smoke, and it's a 1v3 for Clouded. The problem is, everybody's low. That was way too close for Firedup Gaming. They had a combined 80 HP exactly. That's how close things were. But Firedup Gaming get away with it, and they put up a 4th round.
Here's an instant replay. Love this peek. If he hits that headshot, game changer. But he doesn't. And that is the way of eco rounds. That's how eco rounds are supposed to go. Sometimes they might be close, but the anti-eco wins. 4 rounds for Fired Up Gaming. 3 in a row. Rifles for both teams, but you look at the CTs. They're not going to have a lot to really stall out. So somebody's got to look for a kill somewhere. It is going to be Clouda back over towards B. Watching the push through apps.
This push could come at any moment. They have flashes being set up. I believe a flash being set up on the outside of apps as well. That's Ace with it in his hands. Watch for that to go out. Watch the bottom right of your screen on Ace. If he preps it and it's thrown, they will go off the back of it. And there it is. Flash thrown. Molly as well. It's avoided though. Clouded does so perfectly and is looking for a second kill in the balcony. He finds that as well, and with help from Ember, it's 3 between them. That may very well be the round in and of itself done, with not much to bring back. But Champ actually finds a double. One from Nick Ace as well, who's left alone in a 1v2, but he drops and he's caught. Again, CSGO timing. This time it favors God's Reign, as they will tie things right back up.
This contact play for God's Reign, Emperor didn't make a lick of noise for the longest time. He just sat there. He found the 1 kill onto 11, playing off the contact of his teammate, but other than that, without any information on that second player, it's just head on a swivel for Nick Ace. And as soon as he drops down, Ember just plays it perfectly. Again, you know, just great rounds from either side. a real slugfest here on Mirage. And I love to see that today we are getting some fantastic plays out of the substitutes of these teams. 11, only 2 kills, but so far, I mean, big impact kills for the squad. Here in the next round, Ember going to be able to shut him down 2 the other way. Playing through mid possibly at the same time. If Clouda goes down, that's going to be dangerous. But Finn's here to shut it out. Okay.
Robin has a lot of time to work with. The problem is, I'm pretty sure the bomb is dropped around the balcony. It's difficult to see on the map. Yeah, it is. You can see it right in front of you on that balcony. Nade does 16 damage, nothing to really write home about. But one-shot headshot now for each of those M4s, so keep that in mind for later, should it become a factor. A minute left. Should be enough time to grab the bomb, but the difficult position is you have to flash off the long angle of Crazy Gamer and keep Finn at arm's length while still being able to cross both windows safely. I don't know if you've played Mirage recently, you the viewer, more than you the Colin, but it's very difficult to cross these no matter what gun's holding it, nor from what distance. Somehow the one-shot headshot doesn't come through, but Finn will close it out through the wall, and God's Reign will indeed lock in that 5th.
Gotta be cracked if you want to hit those shots. I mean, whether it's, you know, from CSGO knowing it or any game, something like this is just so difficult. Such a micro adjustment in your shots, such a macro understanding of positioning. Put it all together, you mix it up. Hopefully you hit your shot. What is Robin cooking towards Palace? Maybe a little bit of distraction? Rush to the apps. Ember's going to be here. M4A4 should confirm that kill, and it will. Nice headshot there on the Reaper Monster. It's the next move for Firedup Gaming here, because with these pistols, you're really banking on finding an opening kill and then just running it down for the rest. Here they get shut down. Still want to take this fight towards Ember, but it's just going to be easy pickings for that first kill. Second one, not so much. Finn's going to give it up and drop down into the underpass. I'm not sure if anybody was going to hear that, but it does seem like they have an idea. And that idea doesn't matter when you just have pistols in your hands.
11 with that M4, but he's one shot. Doesn't even have armor to make up for it, and Finn has seen the head of Robin is taken out. He's aware that 11 was the last seen over towards the apartments. Will 11 swing through the smoke, though? He's not aware of whether somebody's sitting inside of it. The next few seconds, it will dissipate, but it really does come down to timing as to when and or whether 11 swings. Seems like he will, and only to his own demise. The one-shot potential comes back to bite him. God's Reign, nice little 3 in a row as the streak starts to build.
Yeah, they put that second one, you know, a little bit of a gap between them and Firedup Gaming, but again, it's just these anti-ecos are very clean from God's Reign. Unlike what we've seen from other teams at SEA. Big factor in why I set them apart just a little bit.
Hello.
2 forward, Revan? I maybe expecting that smoke to pop a little bit earlier. I don't know. Which has happened to Revan, but definitely a miscue for himself. Ember now. Corner, spots it out. Oh, this is tough. And the help is here. Ember's got to be careful of what he does next. Because 11 is just going to continue to press on. Clouda now inside the site. A little bit weakened as 11. Nice cleanup there from Clouda. Has to stay alive, though, and stop this bomb from reaching the site.
Such a smart play. Clouda drops the smoke and then just sits around it, making sure that Firedup Gaming have to disengage. They didn't have a second player sitting inside of the apartments. They had to make a different decision. But the odd position now for God's Reign, they don't have A site control. They don't have jungle control at all. And they don't have an easy rotate. Crazy Gamer are aware of the possibility someone's there. Nick Ace watching it, but now also has to watch over towards Palace just in case. The question is, does Reaper Monster get cleared? Do God's Reign even attempt to walk in here? And the answer is no. They're going to head elsewhere. Back towards CT is the call, and they see the gun barrel. Nikke still wins the fight, but he drops the bomb in the process. 30 seconds left, and a re-swing from Finn. He'll find 2 on the round. Re-swing back towards Robin, though. He can only find 1 of his own. It's a full house of frags, with Finn finding the last 3 for God's Reign, and them now finding 4 straight to make it a 7-4 game.
That's going to end, I think, the rifle buys for Firedup Gaming. Yet again, back down to these Deagles. Tech 9 for Champ. Missing out on the head armor. Again, against the, an AK in the Hand of Ember. How good is head armor really against that? I guess considering you're on the T side, against those M4s, it's going to help a lot. But for Finn, he doesn't care. Easy spray downs for 2. Third one there.
4. Pistol
on the last. And yeah, okay, there's the head armor that you were wanting.
Can 11 avoid the ace? That's the real question. Yes, he can. However, Finn finds 7 kills in 2 rounds, albeit 4 on an eco, but it's nonetheless, let's be honest with each other. And God's Reign make it 5 in a row. I'm just going to keep counting as they keep building up this streak. Firedup Gaming have had so many difficulties either A, getting onto a site, or B, getting onto a site with players still alive. They can't build a post plant, they can't build elaborate situations where they have an advantage, and having trouble building rounds or economy, much less, consecutive.
He's going to be back down into the underpass. He might be in a bad spot. He's done this so often, they should have to read. And he's cleaned up. If he got away with 1 kill, that would have been a huge misplay for Firedup Gaming.
Ember, not re-smoked this time, but Molly thrown in his general direction. A lot of utility used in the earlier part of this round, though, importantly enough for Firedup Gaming. Mostly, a lot of their fire. They have 2 mollies, a nade, and 6 flashes to last them the remaining minute and 10 seconds of this round. And they don't seem to have all that much map control to show for it. Decent bit of mid is pretty good, but they still haven't smoked off Cat or set themselves up for that A split. They have A main and Palace, which you kind of get for free, depending on how the defense is playing. It matters as Crazy Gamer gets cleared, and he doesn't. The spray towards CT misses, and Ember's waiting in jungle for the walk-up connector. Good wherewithal here for the defensive side, and the CTs are just stepping up again in seemingly every single situation. Cloud is on 1 HP. Ember finds 1 before falling. Champ, he couldn't find anything else. Clouda, the reswing there from CT, and it's now 9 for God's Reign.
9 rounds easily, like you said, individually just stepping up when it matters. The CTs, I think, Firedup Gaming a little bit too ahead of the ball, not properly checking their corners, not properly, I guess, setting each other up for victory there, leaving a lot of stones unturned, and that's giving God's Reign, I think, these advantages for these late round engagements and executes.
What is Crazy Gamer doing? This is the first time we've seen this.
Molly goes down. Oh, smoked. Absolutely shredded.
They want to try and retake this, though. That's do not want to give this one up for free. Revan swings a little bit too far, though, and is caught off from up above. Honestly, I wouldn't hate a save here. God's Reign, despite their 6-round streak, which is now almost certainly going to be cut down, do not have much money to work with. Finn will find an exit frag, but that should be about all she wrote. Really good round for Firedup Gaming. Find an opening kill, and then just hold W. It works fairly often.
So finally they put one on the board, though, again. That's an important round for Firedup Gaming because you have to think giving up double digits heading into the CT side, obviously, it's doable. I mean, after all, it is an attack shooter. CT side is always probably going to be the most favored side. But against a team like God's Reign, who I know their CT sides, I've seen them on maps other than Inferno, and I know how well they are at executing together. This doesn't get any easier swapping sides at the half. And for Firedup Gaming, anything that you can get throughout this best of 3, considering you're already a map down, is needed going forward. So this last round, ending on 6, almost a need for Firedup Gaming, I would say. Don't want to give God's Reign that double-digit point.
I'm also interested to see how Firedup Gaming will switch onto that CT side, because they played a little bit more passive in these last few rounds, minus what we just saw. So maybe their CT side is a little bit more reserved, to say the very least. Because here, they're running a full setup. They have all the utility in the world, they have all the weapons they could ever want, they have an AWP to boot, and yet the first 40 seconds have gone by without any... The first 39 seconds had gone by without anything happening. And then on the 40th second, Revan just walks in and kills Reaper Monster. So, goodbye, you're op.
Goodbye to the op. Double op setup, though, for God's Reign is crazy. I mean, not entirely crazy, but you can definitely see they want to own the map. Have a player come through underpass. Champ's going to walk through catwalk, but Revan, just the slightest angle given. He's going to find a second one into the round. Finn's going to be burnt out of mid-window. Backed up, indeed. Cloud is going to get burnt to crisp by Ace, but Revan has repositioned. Takes down 11. Ace on site. Finn helps out. Robin last alive to see if you can find the 6th round, but Revan is just not missing right now. 4 kills in the round from your AWP. Crazy Gamer didn't have to put his to work. 10 rounds for God's Reign. Heading into the second half of Mirage, they are in good territory.
Revan would have been on for the ace there. Finn had his back, though, and made sure that there was no extra angle he was being faced from. God's Reign, a 10-round first half, looked a little bit better, and then Firedup Gaming really started to kick into high gear. The problem was it just was a little too late. In God's Reign, this pistol round may very well be everything. Seems like an ace split is on the cards, at least from this current setup. But Robin just domes one, and then Crazy Gamer returns the favor with a P250. And there's not a soul on the A site. It is more undefended than most of... Well, I don't have an analogy, I'm sorry.
I was even trying to think of an analogy, but I couldn't. So,
Yeah,
you're not
I got
alone.
nothing.
Finn doesn't have a head now. A couple of these players softened up for Firedup Gaming.
Smoke.
Smoke's going to block off Champ, but there's a gap in the smoke. Champ's going to get the information there, swings out, spots the player, planted the ball, but not able to get the kill. Still, numbers to Firedup for a moment. Champ's going to keep it so. 2 versus 3, but 64 HP on the Champ. 21 for 11. This is a big round for God's Reign. If they can shut down Firedup Gaming, they're one step closer to being in your grand finalists. No kits here. Revan tucked away towards Firebox. Peeks out. Crazy Gamer there. The crossfire secures it. And God's Reign one step closer to the grand finals.
Your hide-and-go-seek champions presented by Blink Entertainment. I mean, your CSGO Pro League hide-and-go-seek champions are God's Reign. They just were so good in the post-plant. The strategy, do nothing whatsoever. No reason to swing. Revan only swung after being seen from above Firebox. Revan swung after the bomb was tapped, understandably so. And when they play together, Firedup Gaming had to look both directions at the same time with 3 players. Odd numbers are not good to look multiple directions at the same time, and you can see exactly why. God's Reign took full advantage of their player advantage, well, their positional advantage, but player disadvantage, and then turned it into the round victory. Smoke towards connector. This one will land properly. Jungle cut off as well, and they clear stairs. They're walking onto a stacked A site, so keep that in mind, and I think they've just now realized it. Yeah, they will take the B site, which doesn't have a soul on it, and Firedup Gaming is going to do a whole lot of nothing in this round with the 5-7 that they bought.
Bomb has been planted.
The case? Oop. Nope. It is janitorial duty here on Mirage now for the rest of God's Reign. They got the mops out. Like, what is there to save here? But not even that. God's Reign want to take it all.
Oh, they dropped one gun.
Oh,
Which is
now you can
recovered,
take a
actually.
rifle. Oh, now you can take a rifle. Run away.
Flank.
Run away.
Flank, though.
Now.
Nope.
Finesse. You can't.
That's it's not good, to say the very least, there for Firedup Gaming. I mean, all in all, you invest nothing and you take an AK away, so okay, I guess. But the problem is, you're saving there, and you're not initiating any gunfight. You're reactionary with lesser weaponry. It is just not good. That is not a recipe for success, and you saw exactly why. I feel like that's going to be the case a little bit. Clouda should have seen those flashes being thrown from the backside of triple. But again, nobody on the A site, minus now CT. The boost up and over on the underpass position finds one as a start for Firedup Gaming. But in doing so, they've had to give up the A site again just for that control. The problem is, this rotation from God's Reign is very late with the bomb. Crazy Gamer has it, but he's just now walking through A main. This will be a very quick retake for Firedup Gaming as soon as that bomb starts to go down.
Yeah. I think if there's one thing that God's Reign are really good at, it's playing for space. Crazy Gamer gets the bomb planted, barely gets away with his life, but playing for the retake, and they're still smoked off. So take a boot. They got to boost up. Get over it. Nick Gase on site, leading too far forward, though. Revan's going to pick him apart. 4 versus 4, and here they come. Marching on into the site. Crazy Gamer gets 2 there. Ember back into jungle. Bomb's going to be planted for him. As soon as he peeks out, he's going to put this one away. Ember giving God's Reign 13.
You know, sometimes I call my teammates baiters. That is the best way to be the bait. Crazy Gamer swings out from jungle. He was on such low HP. No, it was Clouda actually swinging out from jungle, but Crazy Gamer's one to find the kills. Clouda swings here. There's no reason to think anybody else is sitting in jungle. Keep an eye on this. It is patient play from Ember. No reason to swing. No reason to expose yourself with the smoke in front of you. Only expose yourself when it is absolutely necessary. And when somebody starts to get on the bomb and you buy around where they could have a defuse kit, that is when it becomes absolutely necessary. Nick Ace should have been heard inside a ladder. Is not, and actually finds a kill, but as soon as he retrieves the M4, I believe auto pickup ends up coming back to bite him. It's already a 1v3. It has been 25 seconds. It has been 27 seconds and the round's over.
Well, what do you do? Like I said, the anti-eco conversion of God's Reign is second to none here in SAE. And they are not allowing these Deagles to really brush up on anything to bring Firedup Gaming back into this best of 3. Just as a recap for anyone who has stuck along for the distance as we head into round 20, God's Reign 1 away from taking map point, and in doing so, match point. Firedup Gaming had to forfeit map number 1 back on Ancient. God's Reign have a chance to put this one away here and now. Ember, last one standing, but as the Ember is extinguished, Firedup Gaming finally stabilize and find themselves yet another round, and now they have a double up setup going into towards round 21.
No time like the present to start a comeback. God's Reign, again, will have a bye, but it is with some concessions. Crazy Gamer, for instance, only has a Deagle because of their lesser than ideal weaponry. There's also a double smoke in window. On the bright side, they know 2 separate smokes for window. On the downside, they had to use 2 separate smokes for window unnecessarily. And Champ being flashed, mollied, and forced out of position, Finn wins the first fight, but Nick Ace will find an immediate refrag, and Robin does the same over towards B. So God's Reign have to either send it on to B now, or just swing it back towards the A side. Nice flash into window. Somebody write that one down for your ranked games. Revan has a way in if he can find it, and Reaper Monster has looked the wrong way. They could split A here from window, and Firedup Gaming would be none the wiser.
I've seen them win 2v3s, but at the same time, Firedup Gaming, they need this. Oh no, Nick Ace walking right into Revan. That's their way back in. And he's got an AWP. So you give your op player the op. And Robin just misses the shot. I would have lost my mind. Reaper Monster through CT. Revan's watching this.
Oh. Now he definitely is. Molotov comes from it. Flash lands. The shot on timing does not, and Ember's left alone. The Ember now has to rise from the ashes if he wants to try and clutch this one up. He has the opportunity. There is a kid available. He's being double swung. He almost finds both players. Robin was the only one looking in his general direction. He does end up being cut down again. Burnt away. And it's once more Firedup Gaming keeping themselves alight here in this map of Mirage.
Say, to the time of light. Time too late?
Close enough.
I held my breath on that double swing.
That was scary. I held my breath on the shot from the op. Imagine what it's like planting the bomb there, and you hear the 50 caliber bullet whiz by your head.
Give you a haircut. Little inverted mohawk.
No way they boost this, right?
I mean, I was just thinking, if they boost up through this window, I haven't even figured this. Now he's going to know that there is a presence towards bottom mid, but there's 3 players here. Robin's going to look in with the op. He runs away. He just scurries away ever so gallantly. They are thinking about the jump up, and now they've lost 2. This is their way back in. You lose out on your op, or 11 goes down to the bottom mid. Crazy Gamer finds another one. You need maybe 2 out of Reaper Monster, but he finds absolutely nothing.
Drop as well. Rotation coming through market. Down goes Nick Ace, and Reaper Monster dead as well. God's Reign give up a few in a row and then realize their shortcomings. It was the mid control. They put all their eggs in one basket, and this time that thread will not tear. Dominance personified. And God's Reign, well, they're looking to reign supreme and be our second grand finalists.
One more round. Or unofficial, but I'm going to call them our first seed here. Going into the playoffs, God's Reign at the top of the spire right now. Clouda, his foot is spotted. Nice communication to Nick Ace. And Firedup Gaming, good on them. They're never giving up without a fight.
No, they have weapons. There's an op for Crazy Gamer that could very well be the determining factor of this round, but Reaper Monster has just tucked. No reason to overaggress, no reason to overswing, and Robin finds the timing onto the op of Crazy Gamer. His position noted, but he still finds a follow-up kill, and it's Finn in a 1v4. He has to clear Get Right, he has to clear Bench, there's a flank coming behind him. There's no way to discern every single one of these angles, and he can't even find a single frag. Firedup Gaming right back in this, but it's 7 in a row required, 8 if you count the previous round, just to send this one to OT. We've seen a story something like this before.
Battered and bruised, but never gone. You have a team called Fired Up versus a player named Ember. Who's going to be the better fire?
I've made like 6 or 7 fire puns thus far. I think I've got a few more in me.
Oh, Revan.
Yeah,
Back
he
into
got
the
lit up.
Forced up pistols here. Just the deco. You know, that one went over my head, but that was clever. Crazy Garrett. That didn't go over Champ's head.
No
Instead,
way.
directly into his skull. Second transfer from Crazy Gamer. The M4A1. Now over towards his hand, and a second one for Clouda.
They only have 1 kit as well. That's the problem. They have 1 belt of utility and 1 kit. 11 is the determining factor of this retake, and it's a very one-dimensional retake. It's either through the window or through the door, here through market. Molotov will land Bench and force Crazy Gamer out. He dies because of it, but there's Finn with the reswing, the Deagles raining true, the 50 caliber head-seeking missiles, but it comes down to Ember. Will he be able to rise above the flames? Robin left alone with just 12 HP. He's recovered the kit from his fallen comrade, but he will not be able to recover the round nor the map itself. God's Reign will double up Fired Up Gaming. 16-8 the final scoreline, and a 2-0 series victory to send them to the CSPL Grand Finals.
Fired up and shut down. God's Reign push on. Your champions here over semifinal number 2. Looking for a date versus Marco's Gaming. A match that a lot of people have been waiting for. A well-sought-out grand final. But without a battle. What a way for Fired Up Gaming to go out. Still fighting tooth and nail to the very end, but with this dominance shown, God's Reign, they are definitely looking like favorites going into this grand final for our CSPL. It's been a long journey, time to light, but man, God's Reign, they have not wavered one bit.
And Marcos, their only instance of wavering in this other semi-final, and they were able to rise above as well. I think my last fire pun for the day was Fired Up Gaming just not being able to heat up quickly enough in that game. They looked okay in the later stages. Last few rounds, they showed some signs of life, but it just wasn't enough overall. And because of the lack of heat, they just ended up fizzling out.
That's three. That's three. You said you were going to make your last one. You made three in the span of one whole pun, I would say. Unless it was just one whole pun.
It was one
like
whole
three
pun.
Different ones.
I get to elongate my terrible word puns.
It was good. It was good. Good job for that one. Wow. What a way for our day to go. I mean, our first match of the day was incredible. A couple of hiccups, couple of issues when it came down to the tech issues that we were given. But in the end, that Ancient closed out was fantastic. And then we head into our second semifinals. Map number 1, we didn't get to see. It was a forfeit loss for Fired Up Gaming. They replaced Long Barrel with
11. Wow,
11 going into today.
That's a second voice crack.
And, it's not the first substitute that we've seen today, but I think if there's one thing to say before we bid adieu to Fired Up Gaming, our second team to be shut down here in our semifinals, if there's one thing to really highlight from these teams that have lost, is the substitutes have really been putting on a show today.
Yeah, and we saw that back in our previous series as well. The show up in map 3. I have to say, a little surprised for how well the subs have actually been able to mesh into the playstyle. We saw this for Firedup Gaming in this game. They didn't mesh as well, but individually, they showed up when required. There were steps forward for 11. I think it was a situation where if they had some support, if they were able to support in other situations, maybe it's a little bit more of a cohesive unit. If they don't need the sub, if Long Barrel's still here, maybe it's a different game, at least closer. But it just was not to be today here for Fired Up Gaming. We'll take a look at our final scoreboard of the semifinals, really give you the stats and how things numbered out. Unsurprisingly, it is everybody positive on the God's Reign side. The closest one to going negative was actually Revan at 17 and 14. He seemed to be a fragger on a fairly consistent basis, but with the opt-out, it's understandable. Finn will top frag at 23 and 14 in just 24 rounds.
Finn was farming those eco rounds. You made it.
That's true.
Crazy Gamer was incredible in a lot of clutch scenarios. Clouda alongside him. Fantastic on the entry frag back over towards the T side on CT side. A brick wall on the B site. Mirage definitely seems like a map that you don't want to tango against God's Reign on, so it's going to be fun to see what we get when they're matched into the grand finals for that veto system. Fired up, we can take a look at them. Robin, great showing for him when he had that AWP out champ. There was a couple rounds where you really thought that he was going to start heating up and take them to the promised land. Same with the rest of the team. I mean, I don't really have too much to say against Fired Up Gaming that is negative. I think that there was a lot of times that they were trying to do the right things. I think just go grand final, no matter what way you kind of spun it up, it was going to be a tough match for Fired Up Gaming. And no matter what, I think that going into this grand final, they were a little bit outmatched at times. And I think God's Reign really showcased how much of a gap there can be going into this grand final.
There's really 3 different ways that a match can go. Number 1, a team makes a lot of mistakes and the other team capitalizes on them. Number 2, team makes very minor mistakes, but the other team's very good and capitalizes on those very few mistakes and just expands them and expands their efficacy. Number 3, it's a team that makes no mistakes, just the other squad just capitalizes better on individual scenarios. I think we were at a healthy point between numbers 2 and 3 there, where there were a few obvious mistakes made by Fired Up, but they weren't glaring enough nor obvious enough to where it was massively game influencing. Most of the time, they were not making mistakes. It was just getting out-aimed, out-swung. It was Finn with a deagle. It was a lot of difficulties for Fired Up Gaming, but it wasn't a lot of mistakes from them, and that's one thing I love. It's just something that you can build off of. When you lose, you learn. They start with an L for a reason, and I think there's a lot of learning that can be done here, with or without the full match being played. I would like to see Ancient between these two teams, especially considering how it kind of plays similarly to Mirage, but in the end, it just was not the case.
No, it was not the case, and that is going to be our setup for our grand finals coming tomorrow. Marcos Gaming with a lot to prove after what we saw today in our first semifinal. Definitely not the best showcase that we saw from them. God's Reign definitely in the driver's seat, the tip of the spear of CSPL, and right now looking to put a championship crown on their heads. So coming up tomorrow, here is our grand final of our CSPL. And I want to thank our sponsors for helping put this on. Our media partner, AFK Gaming, our radio partner, MyFM, community partner, Clan, streaming partner, Gyo Games Watch, and our smart lock screen partner, Glance. Without this could not be possible. It's been a long 7 days, and our grand final is soon to come. Time to light before we bid adieu to the stream and get ready for this matchup tomorrow. Anything left to say?
You said it. Marcos Gaming have something to prove. Today was not the greatest of showings for them. God's Reign did about as expected. They cleaned up when they needed to. They showed their level of dominance and their fragging power. I would expect God's Reign come out the gate swinging, but if Marcos take today, they take some time to look at the VOD and they figure out where not only they went wrong, but where God's Reign went right. They can adjust some playstyle and maybe adjust their overall gameplay to fit God's Reign's playstyle. Hopefully it comes through. Only time will tell. Speaking of time, 5 p.m. India Standard Time tomorrow. If I recall correctly, that is 6:30 p.m. or 6:30 a.m. Central Time, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, and 1:30 p.m. Central European Summer Time. So, there you go. Across the board, you don't have a reason to miss it unless you just don't wake up really early in the morning and you're American, then it's somewhat excusable. But best of 3 tomorrow, God's Reign and Marcos Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you went to do the conversions because I definitely was not even going to attempt to do it. So good on you. Time to light for giving the audience all the information that they need to tune in tomorrow for the grand finals. That's all for today, folks. Have a fantastic night. We'll see you tomorrow with the grand final match.
You don't know what goes on behind these eyes. You don't know the loneliness hidden inside. You don't know I wanna eat you up alive. Come and get to know me, my type of wild. I'm the kind that spins you and hangs you dry. Well, I'm already on to another side. If you gave me your whole life, I would still have room for more. Cause I've got that appetite. Baby, I never feel whole. You might get me through the night, but it will never be enough. It will never be enough. Cause I'm a black gold for your love. Cause it's true, no, everything they say about me, I'll suck you, no, my center of gravity. Cause it's true, no, everything they say about me, I'll love you like a supernova, burned into you like a shooting star. Always craving for you to come to me, though this way of life, no, it ain't healthy, but ain't no other way, it's just what I need. I want all your soul, I want your body. I'm the type that licks her play clean. Don't wanna let go, wanna you can eat. If you gave me your whole life, I would still have room for more. Cause I've got that appetite. Baby, I never feel whole. You might get me through the night, but it will never be enough. It will never be enough. Cause I'm a black gold for your love. Your love. Cause I'm a black gold for your love. Your love. Cause it's true, no, everything they say about me, I'll suck supernova, burn into you like a shooting star. If you give me your whole life, I would still have room for more, 'cause I've got that appetite. Baby, I never feel whole. You might get me through the night, but it will never be enough. It will never be enough, 'cause I'm a black girl for your love.
Oh no, that is what they all say when they see me pouring some more. Oh, think it's empty again. Better fill it up before I go. 'Cause I'm loving it, feeling it, touch me and being it. See what I see in it, I'm typical. Messing around with it, mix it up, go with it, fuck with it, flow with it, let it all go. Oh Lord, think you know what I'm like, but you don't fall, you lose control. Bittersweet melody when I dance on your floor. 'Cause I know what you don't, it is me you adore. How does it feel to breathe when you're dead? They never seen you out of your bed. Cut to the bone, it's broken up and how sad. Oh boy, got so hot I forgot what I should have thought of before. Sure ain't easy for you to let go of the rules, 'cause there's so much fun. Are you loving the feeling it? Touch me, are you in it? Don't see what you're seeing, but typical. Messing around with it, mix it up, go with it, fuck with it, flow with it, please let it go. Oh no, think I did it again. I said a few things that I shouldn't have done. Well, bittersweet melody when I dance on your floor. 'Cause I know what you don't, it is me you adore. How does it feel to breathe when you're dead? They never seen you out of your bed. Cut to the bone, it's broken up and how sad. How does it feel to breathe when you're dead? They never seen you out of your bed. Cut to the bone, it's broken up and now come alive with me and quit the jealousy. I know you're bored, I know it's boring me. Now come alive, baby, get out the grave and I know you're bored. How does it feel to breathe when you're dead? They never seen you out of your bed. Cut to the bone, it's broken up and how sad. How does it feel to breathe when you're dead? They never seen you out of your bed. Cut to the bone, it's broken up and how does it feel to breathe when you're dead? They never seen you out of your bed. Cut to the bone, it's broken up and how sad.
Oh darling, if I had bought you flowers, would you still be here by my side? Yeah, I thought this moment could be ours. While I'm walking on you through the night, you can break my bones, break all fucking stay with him. Fucking stay with him. Darling, if I had bought you flowers, what if you stayed at home the night? Yeah, I've been lonely counting hours while I'm getting blinded by the light. You can break my bones, break all the promises, but leave me alone. Don't break my heart. You should fucking stay with him. You should fucking stay with him. Break my bones, break all the promises, but leave me alone. Don't break my heart.
When I'm up through the night, I can't turn down the noise, tear all the worries out of my mind about who I'm supposed to be. I start to believe I can't get it right. Remember the days I let slip away, they were simpler times. Mama told me before you leave, if there's only one thing you remember from me, child, when you're out on your own, a million miles from home, feeling the weight of the world on your shoulders. Child, don't forget who you are, don't lose your head or your heart. I'll bet my life on your stars, you'll be dancing, dancing on the moon. I'll bet my life, you'll be dancing on the moon. I'll bet my life, you'll be dancing on the moon. I'll bet my life, you'll be dancing on the moon. Dancing on the moon. Dancing on the moon. Maybe my compass was wrong, and I'm still on my way closer each day to where I belong. I'm still rolling the dice, praying sometimes it don't last that long. I'm losing my faith, I'm walking away from what you knew all along. Mama told me before you leave, if there's only one thing you remember from me, child, when you're out on your own, a million miles from home, feeling the weight of the world on your shoulders. Child, don't forget who you are, don't lose your head or your heart. I'll bet my life on your stars, you'll be dancing, dancing on the moon. I'll bet my life, you'll be dancing on the moon. I'll bet my life, you'll be forget who you are. Don't lose your head or your heart. I bet my life on your stars. You'll be dancing, dancing on the moon.
Somehow I woke up out in Beverly, fucked up, smelling like that bourbon. And I end up alone, I'm not certain. Yeah, the girls impolite in the club every night. That's how it goes when you Hollywood perfect. Hollywood perfect. That's how it goes when you Hollywood perfect. Ain't got no place to call my own. Feels like I'm better off alone. So sad inside and hopeless. These Hollywood hoes never notice. Can't get back on. Girl, I miss you. Can't get back on. Girl, I miss you. Somehow I woke up out in Beverly, fucked up, smelling like that bourbon. And I end up alone, I'm not certain. Yeah, the girls impolite in the club every night. That's how it goes when you Hollywood perfect. Hollywood perfect. That's how it goes when you Hollywood perfect. Woke up out in Beverly, fucked up, smelling like that bourbon. How'd I end up alone? I'm not certain. Yeah, the girls impolite in the club every night. Somehow I woke up out in Beverly, fucked up, smelling like that bourbon. How'd I end up alone? I'm not certain. Yeah, the girls impolite in the club every night. That's how it goes when you're Hollywood perfect.
Yeah, I'm on my way home. I'm no good for you, so I drive around Manhattan. They're all laughing, oh, I'm tragic. Yeah, I'm driving in my car and seeing open, but I can't go down that road again. I'll smoke a cigarette, but will that help me forget?